Elevate your life by expanding your investments
立凌企业董事长许正忠。首先介绍1980年开始，立凌从 Vidicom Camera 一直做到 CCD Camera， 到目前的 IP Camera。到6年前，立凌才开始进入到 IP 这一个市场。那 IP 的话，跟 Android 的话有很多的这个差异，也有很大的这个门槛在。当然，除了产品的开发以外，立凌最重要的就是品质为优先。所以说，从我们的 R&D 的开发到 QA 的认证，然后到整个生产线的生产产品的管制，因为立凌做的是品牌，所以品牌是代表立凌及产品的一个最重要的一个象征。那我们也有现代化的这个生产线，以及整个所有的生产流程管控，整个 R&D 的 team。我们增加的到目前为止将近50个人以上。
We solely focus on CCTV products. We have over 30 years of experience. We even have some staff with over 20 years of manufacturing experience. Leading research and development has been thinking what is next. From the world first on-beam cameras, multi-touch NVRs, 4K cameras, and 120 frames per second cameras. We've been asking ourselves, what is the future? Recently, we've been thinking about vertical markets such as home automation and ANPR for city surveillance and parking solution, and ATM solution for banking industry. From the conception of an idea, we design it, we produce it, we manufacture it.
Since 1980, we have accumulated a tremendous amount of knowledge in developing and manufacturing analog and digital video equipment. We are able to leverage that experience and quickly adapt to changing technology and trends in the market. Yet, we can still respond to specific client needs quickly and cost effectively, delivering high quality products on time and on target. I believe that is what makes Lilin unique.
Over time, we will aim to keep ahead of an ever-changing industry by providing high-quality products with unique features to all of our customers. As for future, we will focus on bringing Internet of Things, peer-to-peer cameras, and cloud computing into traditional CCTV industry.
那至于说立凌的文化方面，那以我的这个经营的理念，那么因为我对待所有的员工就像同仁一样，就像亲兄弟一样。在1980年，我们立凌也只有3个人的开始创立一个小公司，全球将近有400位这个员工及同仁为立凌也为所有的客户在服务。
Why choose Lilin for quality assurance?
For consistent performance.
For trust and reliability.
For great customer support.
For creativity.
For progress.
For excellence.
这个是立凌34年来所走的路。那当然，在这一方面的话，我们要更强调的就是说，在 R&D 的这一方面的开发，注重最新的产品。立凌最主要的就是未来立凌还是要往中高阶以上的产品开发。
Here at Fluke Networks, when we design a tester, we put it through a battery of environmental tests to ensure that that tool is rugged and reliable. Let's start with a tech from Europe who tosses his meter into his bag and then into his truck and drives down a cobblestone street. For this guy, we have the vibration test. Here we vibrate the tool on 3 axes at frequencies from 5 to 500 hertz to simulate a real working environment. What about our tech working in Phoenix, Arizona in the heat of summer? He's riding in his nice, cool truck and then goes outside in the desert heat. For him, we have the temperature simulator where we deliberately put the tool to the test of its thermal limits, from 0 to 45 degrees Celsius. We even check to see what happens when he stores it in his truck at 60 degrees Celsius. That's 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Then there's a tech in Malaysia. We've got him covered as well. 35 degrees Celsius and 90% humidity for 12 straight hours. Then we drop the atmospheric pressure to simulate a tech working in one of the highest cities in the world, La Rinconada, Peru, so we can ensure our meter works at over 5,000 meters, or 16,000 feet. You're probably familiar with the permanent link adapter. This is one tough cable. We built it that way, just to make sure. We twist it one way, we twist it the other, we stretch it and abuse it thousands of times until it breaks, making sure it can stand up to daily use. Because we know all techs are tough on their tools and eventually they're going to drop them, we have the 1 meter drop test. We do this to all 6 sides and visually inspect the unit for damage and functionality after each drop. And if this weren't enough, we drop this meter into the deep freeze for a couple of hours, taking it down to minus 10 degrees Celsius. And then we drop it again. After every test, we run the unit through a battery of functional tests to make sure it still performs. And then we open it up and inspect it for damage. And there you have it. These are a few of the environmental abuses we give to each and every Fluke Networks tool before we put it on the market.
I'm making plans for takeoff before planes even land.
I'm helping make jet fuel from mustard seeds.
I'm making aerosols 99.9% safer for the planet.
I'm working on precision airflow control systems that ensure reliable room pressurization and directional airflow, controlling airborne pathogens and providing better infection control.
I'm helping protect critical infrastructure from cyber attacks.
I'm turning warehouses into symphonies.
I made pilots see mountains through the fog.
Estoy produciendo equipo de protección que mantiene héroes a salvo.
I'm making it possible to breathe on Mars.
I'm making brains for ears.
I'm making concert halls perform.
I'm working on flying taxis.
I'm making a digital twin of this analog factory.
Seriously, flying taxis.
At Honeywell.
At Honeywell.
At Honeywell, we make a lot of incredible things.
But mostly,
we make the future.
You can barely see it from the outside, but there's a revolution going on inside the walls and ceilings of modern buildings. Over the next couple of years, we're going to enter a new era. An era in which building systems communicate with each other via Internet protocol, with no human intervention, and we get low voltage power directly from the network switch. It's the era of smart buildings, the Internet of Things, and the increasing adoption of Power over Ethernet. In a smart building, virtually every piece of equipment is connected via the building's cabled network infrastructure using a common language, Ethernet. This same cabling platform not only supports the communication of data, but also the electricity the equipment needs. Today, Power over Ethernet can do nearly everything. Control over security cameras, entry codes, screens, and lifts, all thanks to a network connection that supports Power over Ethernet. In offices, Power over Ethernet-enabled LED lighting in the ceiling incorporates not only motion sensors, but also detectors in the fixture for air quality and temperature. Everything is controlled automatically, connected via the cabled network and powered by the network infrastructure. Thin clients and laptops plug into access points connected to Wi-Fi. Fixed phone lines, they're connected to the network. The LED monitor in the conference room is controlled with an app or control device and communicates with its surroundings. Lights dim, sun blinds extend. Everything has a cabled network connection and works via Power over Ethernet, including wireless access points. An infrastructure built on Power over Ethernet is so much more flexible, and it's so simple. Zone boxes are placed at strategic points within the building, above the ceiling, on the wall, or under the floor. These house connections for all equipment within a range of 13 meters. Network cables run from these zone boxes to a patch panel in one of the nearby equipment rooms, and from there to the main equipment room. This is the heart of the network installation. This is where the data streams come together, and it's from here that all the IP-connected devices are supplied with low-voltage power. It's that simple. We have the technology. The devices exist. Network cables will increase in number. They will largely replace today's traditional and generally inflexible low-voltage and power cables. All building-related equipment will be connected via a standardized network infrastructure. One cabling network means fewer installation and maintenance companies and less configuration. It also means lower maintenance costs and so lower operational costs, the more efficient use of equipment and so a saving on energy costs, and more flexibility to be able to change in line with future needs. The future of construction projects lies in smart buildings and Power over Ethernet. But that future isn't far away. That future is now.
The facilities that we use every day, including stations, office buildings, schools, and houses, are always equipped with devices and equipment for detecting heat or smoke, notifying people of fires, and putting out any fires that are found. As a leading company in disaster prevention systems centered on fire alarm systems, Hochki Corporation provides safety and security in the daily lives of people not only in Japan, but throughout the world. Hochki's business is currently centered on the prevention of fire disasters, while providing comprehensive solutions to realize greater safety and security. Hochki's strength lies in R&D, manufacturing, sales, designing and installing, maintenance, upgrading, consulting, and providing an integrated system. This enables the installation of optimal products and systems at all times in buildings and facilities, and allows the setting up of a reliable system that will function properly in the event of an emergency. Hochki has development centers and plants both domestically and internationally, as well as one of the largest multi-purpose fire test laboratories in the world, located in Miyagi Prefecture. This huge facility is used to carry out demonstration tests on water cannons and other major fire extinguishing experiments. Hochki also provides security systems centered on managing the entering and exiting of people to and from buildings, contributing to the establishment of greater safety and security in society. In addition, we also participated in disaster prevention activities in the Shinagawa area, where our head office is located, implemented a project to restore coastal forests, and provided support to restoration work after the Great East Japan earthquake, engaging actively in initiatives to protect local communities and the world. In 2018, we celebrated our 100th anniversary at Hochki. To evolve from a Japanese manufacturer of disaster prevention goods to a global brand, we have been engaging actively and strategically in our expansion overseas. Hochki first began exporting products overseas as early as 1961. Then, 10 years later, in 1971, the company established a local subsidiary in Los Angeles as the first step toward full-scale globalization. And today, they are being used in London's underground. Famous hotels and sports facilities, museums, castles, and numerous other buildings and facilities in cities throughout the world. Boasting complete reliability, Hochki Corporation will continue expanding the circle of safety to people throughout the world.
In the time of intelligence, time and space don't limit our eyes anymore. Dahua Technology, committed to continuous technology innovations with insight into the value behind data, never stops its exploration into unknowns. Dahua Technology, taking video as its core business, deeply integrate with intelligence and sensing technologies to build a complete smart IoT product and solution system based upon artificial intelligence and computing advantages to build a comprehensive and true digital world surrounding data to provide end-edge cloud whole network computing capability and comprehensive safety protection, utilizing cloud and big data platform as the cornerstone of application to realize the business-driven closed-loop value chain. Let intelligence of everything become possible with Dahua Heart of City, leading the intelligent twins evolution and driving the smart city development. Dahua Technology provides continuous protection for social order and emergency response, implements systematic coordination for a smooth traffic and convenient journey, establishes the overall management and operation of industrial parks in order to ensure its safety and efficiency, builds strong support for manufacturing stability and beneficial growth, sees clear business trends in order to tap potential value, enables more families to enjoy smart living. Dahua Technology as a world-leading, video-centric, smart IoT solution and service provider. Adheres to ingenuity in redefining international smart factory. Provides customers around the world with reliable service and quality. Witness the glorious moments together with the world. Dahua Technology, enabling a safer society and smarter living.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world. Reinvent, nobody to know stand strong. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE Advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, dalas ng sigatanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mo pagaw, ay hinatang tulakaw.
Hello guys, good morning from our side, the Philippines, and maybe good afternoon, good evening to other parts of the world. So welcome guys to our 2021 Global Summit. So this Global Summit is brought to you by Institute of Electronics of Engineers of the Philippines, Rizal Chapter. So by the way guys, I am Engineer Ron Reyes, your moderator for this day 2 of our Global Summit that will be tackling electronic safety and security. So okay, guys, let's get this thing started. So guys, we have our ISEP National official YouTube channel. So guys, please do subscribe and ring the bell for us to get updated on our latest updates on our profession. And guys, this is a great avenue for senior high school students to know what are the professions lies ahead on them, and also what are the future careers that they want to pursue if they watch this YouTube channel. So guys, if you have senior high school students, friends, families, you can share them this link. So the domain name for this ISEP National official YouTube channel is https:/youtube.com/ISEP National official. Then we have our official Facebook of this chapter. So this ISEP Rizal chapter, which are brought to you by this Global Summit 2021. Please do like, share, follow, comment, and join our chapter for us to get updated on the latest happenings on our chapter and our latest offerings. So guys, moving forward, we have our official hashtags for this 2021 Global Summit. So guys, if you are sharing this to your social media account, please do use this hashtag. We have one is hashtag Global Summit 2021. 2 is hashtag ISEP RC Goes Global. 3 is hashtag Mabuhay ISEP. And lastly is hashtag One ISEP. On our next slide, we will be having our sponsors. So this Global Summit 2021 would not be possible if not for these sponsors. So guys, later on, we have special prizes for you. So guys, please tune in until this day 2 ends. And to name our sponsors, we have Circuit Solutions Incorporated, the Technology Solutions Authority. On the next spotlight, we have AWS Distribution Philippines Corporation. 3 is IT Depot. We have on the spotlight PhilSource Venture Group Incorporation. Then we have our Atlas Circuits Incorporated. You can visit their website at www.iloveatlascircuits.com. So we have another one, Globe Teleco. So guys, again, this Global Summit 2021 with a team of 7 countries with one goal, which is to update us on the global happenings and technologies when it comes to the electronic safety and security. For our next slide, we have our opening remarks. So our opening remarks will be handling by our ISEP Rizal Vice President for External, Engineer Deobani Miranda, PECE-AE. Engineer Deo, are you there?
Hi, Engineer Ron. Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning.
Okay. Again, good morning and good and safe morning to everyone. Once again, my name is Deobani Miranda, and it's my privilege and pleasure on behalf of the ISEP Rizal chapter to welcome you here today. And before anything else, I would like to acknowledge our very supportive ISEP National President, Dr. Michelle Lawas. Magandang umaga po. To our ISEP Rizal Governor Engineer Dennis Molina and all my fellow officers here. Of course, once again, I would like to thank our partner sponsors. As I mentioned earlier, Circuit Solutions, AWS Distribution Philippines Corp., IT Depot, PBGI, Atlas Circuits, and Globe Telecom. And to all the participants of this event, but most especially to those are the electronics and safety professionals and enthusiasts who are here. During yesterday, Day 1 event, I hope everyone had enjoyed and learned several topics presented and discussed by our partner companies. I think yesterday there was around 4 presented, like the one in the communication sensor to cloud, presented by Telegard here incorporated, and the new connectivity solution for the 5G mobile telecom, same company who presented. And also the cabling standard and testing update was presented by Fluke Networks. Smart City video management is presented by Lilin. And today's day 2 of events, we will have a topic that will be presented by Hochiki, and we have also Hochiki will present about UL26 standards, and we will have also Simon, intelligent buildings. Globe Telecom will be presented by presenting a next generation in building solution. And Honeywell Philippines will be presenting healthy buildings, restoring building occupants' peace of mind. And lastly, we have also Dahua Technology, is going to present the AI-powered airport security. And we hope that everyone will not only enjoy and learn again from these 6 topics that will be presented by our partners today. Rather, we hope this will positively impact in your life despite of global negativity bring by the COVID-19. To my fellow ISEP officer and members, to all attendees from local and foreign chapters of ISEP, to our honorable guest, Dr. Michelle Lawas, I welcome everyone on this second day of ISEP Rizal First Global Summit 2021 on electronics, safety, and security. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Engineer Deo, for setting the tone on our second day of our Global Summit 2021. So guys, that's our ISEP Rizal Vice President for External. So I know, guys, you already memorized these house rules, but let's get a run through of it. Just a reminder. So 1, guys, is be respectful. Treat everyone how you would like to be treated. 2 is be an active participant. You may direct your topic-related questions in the Zoom chat box. We will try to cover all of it during the Q&A session. 3 is no spamming in the live comments. 4 is you are enjoying to attend the whole duration of the webinar. We have a strict attendance system in place, and checking shall be done from time to time. Your attendance will be invalidated if you do not complete at least 90% of this session. So next, for our house rules, we have an evaluation test shall be given after the Q&A session to gauge the gain in this webinar. So second to the last, we have after the Q&A session, kindly accomplish the post-webinar evaluation survey, which will be posted in the Zoom chat box. And lastly, keep an open mind, enjoy the webinar. So guys, just sit back and relax. So we have many countries presenting here on our day 2. So again, guys, how to qualify for our e-certificate or attendance only in this case. This is a reminder, guys, a self-accreditation. So we have to file it on the PRC so that we could gain CPD points from this webinar. So how to qualify for that certificate of participation? One is we have to be a registered and confirmed participant at myisap.net for ISAP members. And while for the non-ISAP non-ISAP, we have a link provided on our posted advertisement on our ISAP Result Chapter Facebook page. Second is we have to complete at least 90% of the session. 3 is, of course, we have to pass the evaluation test. And lastly, we have to accomplish the post-webinar evaluation survey. On our next slide, we have our introduction of our keynote speaker for this special event of the ISAP Result Chapter. So to formally introduce our keynote speaker for this second day of our Electronics Safety and Security Global Summit 2021, may we call on our ISAP Result Trustee, Engineer Christopher Ian Carrico, ECE. Engineer Ian.
Thank you very much, Sir Ron, Engineer Ron. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning to all my fellow electronics engineering enthusiasts, to our sponsors, and to the speakers that will be sharing their expertise for this day 2 of our Global Summit 2021. It is with great honor that I introduce to you our keynote speaker. Our speaker is a proud alumnus of the University of Southeastern Philippines, where she acquired both her bachelor's and master's degree in electronics engineering. She finished her dissertation and acquired her Doctor of Engineering degree at Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. She is a DOST Fisher recipient, a DOST ERDT scholar, a coordinator of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council and the RMC for the SOX-Cargen region. An ACOP director and a very dynamic member of ISAP for being a resource speaker in various CPD events. The governor for ISAP SOX-Cargen chapter in 2014 to 2017, a national vice president for education and student affairs for ISAP before, and now she is our national president of ISAP this 2021. She has been involved in various projects, such as a team lead for the Social Inclusion Program for Waste Speakers in General Santos City, a JICA funded project in 2015 to 2016, a survey leader for the Agrarian Reform Community Connectivity and Economic Support Services for Autonomous Region for Muslim Mindanao in 2014 to 2015, a team leader in HIV and AIDS prevention project in Mindanao from 1998 to present, and currently a project leader for the implementation of stakeholder mapping for the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program of the DOTR in partnership with the Development Academy of the Philippines. She currently have international paper publications at the International Journal of Engineering and Technology in March 2018, and the Journal of Telecommunication, Electronic and Computer Engineering in microcontroller-based Stewart motion simulator with PID tuning. Also, she has a publication, Sensor Fusion of Smartphone, avionics integrated system for a fixed-wing unmanned aerial vehicle in the Journal of Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. She has participated in the 7th International Conference on Computing, Engineering, and Communication Technologies in 2018 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Also, she participated at the 2nd International Symposium of Information and Internet Technology, Simintech, in 2017, held at Phuket, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome to you, currently the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs of Mindanao State University, General Santos City, Professional Electronics Engineer, our National President, Dr. Michelle Dahuya Lawas. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that generous introduction, Engineer Christopher Ian Carrigo. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in the profession, to our valued members, as well as to our distinguished guests, other stakeholders, my appreciation also to our resource speakers since yesterday, including the panelists and to everyone who have joined us today. A pleasant day to one and all. And of course, greetings from the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, ISEP, the duly accredited professional organization of electronics professional in the Philippines. Our institute, ISEP, has a membership of over 80,000, covering a wide array of disciplines from in-building solutions, fire detection and alarm systems, and even photovoltaic technology applications, automation, mechatronics and robotics, instrumentation and control, emerging technologies and related convergent fields, among several others. The Institute, ISEP, expresses our gratitude for inviting us to address this very important audience and express the Institute's significance of breakthrough innovation, creativity, and resilience by embracing change and transformation on electronics, safety, and security in the 2021 Global Summit. In view of the ongoing developments in career advancement and progressions, these novel gatherings are actually testament that together the allied fields of engineering can rise above societal realities and the challenges caused by this pandemic. And because of this, there was a sudden shift from traditional interactions to virtual spaces due to enhanced social distancing restrictions. But this constituted the necessity to establish systems in support of the new normal through mobile applications and digital services. Further to this, it is observed that there is massive reliance on internet access and connectivity as enablers of various sectors of society for the conduct of day-to-day transactions. ICT as an enabler of growth for various disciplines relating to integration of systems, networks, and applications. And in this light, the internet is regarded as an information superhighway and an avenue for the blurring of social divide. And on the same note, electronic services are means for enhancing public services and industry offerings. Amid these new demands, digital transformation is seen as an imperative for nations and economies for overcoming the pandemic situation. ISEP as an organization have been persevering and have been working hand in hand in the promulgation of rules and regulations, resolutions, and relevant programs for the benefit of all the electronics engineering practitioners and for the protection for the practice of our profession. And ensuring also and making certain that pertinent electronic standards are being implemented in the government units and in the industry. And our corroboration with the regulatory body goes down at the root level, reaching as far as educational institutions in order to safeguard the future and equip our electronics engineers and practitioners in the latest technological and advancement regarding the profession. We have also been dynamic as an institute in the involvement, particularly the crafting of our new codes, the latest of which is the recent execution of the CCTV Code of the Philippines. And we have also an ongoing development with the building management system, data center, the outside plant, or even physical security system, of course, spearheaded by the ECE Code Committee of ISEP. It is also imperative that everyone is engaged We have also been active in effective implementation of RA 9292 through webinars, technical development activities, and capacity building programs targeting the general membership. We have also been active as well in the coordination and assistance with the government units and non-government agencies in all matters relating to the ECE practice. At this day and age, with the onset of the pandemic, online presence and digital transformation indeed go well hand in hand with our profession's strategic role in crafting enabling solutions. Our relevance remains unchallenged. The electronics engineering profession, herein represented by members from the government, the private sector, and the academe, is the beacon of hope in this global predicament. Indispensable nowadays is the introduction of electronic systems and information and communications technology and application in construction management, from planning to execution, as well as for the building automation, smart home solutions, and the likes. And this field has gained popularity due to the prevalence of the internet and the need to remote monitoring and access for a more comfortable and convenient lifestyle. The electronics and telecommunications technologies will continue to evolve and introduce innovations in making itself relevant to the demands of the new normal. With this pandemic, forcing huge chunks for the populations to work from home, ISEP acknowledges the opportunities and challenges these emerging technologies bring to us. While there has been numerous developments in ICT, the telecom industry poses itself as an exciting convergence point where multidisciplinary innovations are introduced, paving the way for smarter system of the future. We now live in a dynamic society powered by innovation and driven by knowledge, and as we begin to embrace the game-changing nature of electronics and ICT, coupled with digital transformation, our collective consciousness also manifests the critical role of ICT infrastructure in the integrated supply chain, with businesses, enterprises, and individuals accelerating the economic momentum across industries and the government. At its onset also, human resource development in light of the digital transformation is necessary as more and more young professionals find themselves in the construction industry, research, and academia, only to find out that jobs of today require more inclination to ICT than it has been so before. University and industry linkages are all the more significant as the Philippines gears for the fourth industrial revolution. And research and development are key initiatives to address the industry gap and bridge professionals towards value creation. And our country and the global is poised to transition from manufacturing-centric, exporting electronics to a design-oriented industry focused on multidisciplinary collaboration, which finds itself higher in the value chain. Together with our stakeholder partners, ISEP will explore more avenues or new avenues for job creation. We will likewise promote development in the human capital by equipping our members with the necessary abilities and resources through continuing professional development. The role of our professional organization in building convergent electronics and ICT capacity for the electronics industry is to provide platforms for socializing innovative ideas. Summit or conferences like this, such as today, are also platforms for technology acceptance and soliciting professional insights as we become more aware and are enabled to make connections in ways that resonate and have relevance. It is my hope as your president that from the set of electronics engineers, the next generation of digital pioneers and pandemic technopreneurs will be born. Because of alternative working arrangements and the shift in paradigm of doing business, upskilling is highlighted in creating value for organizations without physical presence as a peculiar challenge in maximizing time as a function of economic output. System innovation and focus on unique opportunities will fuel growth in the periods to come. On this note, may I likewise bid congratulations to the men and women behind the conduct of the summit, especially to ICEP Rizal chapter, headed by Governor Dennis Molina, and its members and officers for pitching in resources and volunteer hours. Your tireless dedication to excellence has allowed our organization to flourish in this challenging period. Again, thank you very much to the organizers and congratulations to the 2021 Global Summit on Electronics, Safety and Security. And may everyone remain safe amid this health crisis we are facing. But before I end, allow me to invite everyone in our ICEP, Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, annual general membership meeting this coming November 24 to December 4, 2021. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang ICEP.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Michelle, for that acknowledging our efforts for this Global Summit 2021. So again, guys, yes, indeed, Doctor, our Global Summit 2021 is a breakthrough when it comes to providing webinars, especially on our side, electronics engineering. So again, guys, to continue our Electronic Safety, Security Global Summit 2021, we are now proceeding to our first speaker, which is from the United States. So our first speaker will be introduced by none other than our ICEP Rizal Auditor, Engineer Rio Tubon. Engineer Rio, are you on board?
Good morning po. Narinig ako, sir?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Our first speaker is a technical support and applications engineer at Hochiki America Corporation. He has been in the fire alarm life safety industry for over 20 years. He is also a member of the technical committee for NFPA 2010 and currently NICET Level 3. His experience is involved in many aspects of fire alarm systems, including installation, programming, testing, troubleshooting, system training, and even creating specifications for new fire alarm panels and products. Please welcome Mr. Bill Daney.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we are hearing you loud and clear, Bill.
Very good. I am delighted to be here with you today, and thank you everyone for attending. As was mentioned, my name is Bill Denny. I am an applications engineer with Hochiki America. Let me share my screen here, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So that I can show the presentation here. How is that? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
All right, thank you so much. So again, I'm very, very pleased to be with you today. I'm looking forward to the information that will be presented, and I'm looking forward to sharing information with all of you today. And our subject has to do with the UL standard 268. UL 268 is the standard for smoke detectors. And the question is why do we need 7th edition of UL 268? As you likely know, UL is Underwriters Laboratories. And UL is a global safety certification company. It was established in 1894, and it has offices in countries all around the world. And the service that UL provides is the testing and certification of different types of products, including life safety systems and equipment, such as smoke detectors and smoke alarms. We'll talk today about UL 268. We'll also touch on UL 217. That is the standard for smoke alarms. And just a quick explanation of the difference. A smoke alarm is the type of smoke detector that you might have in your home that detects smoke, but it also has a built-in horn, so it's going to make an alarm sound when it detects smoke. A smoke detector is used as a part of a larger system that includes a fire alarm control panel, notification appliances, and things of that sort. So what is it that would move UL, a global organization, to update their standard for smoke detectors? Well, that's what we're going to talk about here today, what has changed and why it is of benefit to you and to me and to everyone who uses UL listed smoke detectors and smoke alarms. Getting started, I'm sure that few would argue that working smoke detectors save lives. This quote here is from a report sponsored by NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association. And in the report, they stated that the death rate from reported fires in homes that at least one smoke alarm was 40% lower than in homes that had no smoke alarm. And that makes sense, doesn't it? And it's a good thing. You know, any device that can result in the saving of lives is valuable. And smoke detectors and smoke alarms have contributed a lot to saving lives and reducing property damage due to fire events. As we said, UL is one of the most well-known and reputable test laboratories for smoke detector testing and listing. The first UL 268 standard was created all the way back in 1976. But you know, a lot of things have changed since 1976. Everyone here in the electronics industry is very aware of the advances that have taken place. So to keep up with changing technology, UL 268 has changed too. We might talk for just a moment about the two main types of smoke detectors, spot type smoke detectors, as is pictured here on the screen. There are two main types of technology. One is called ionization, and the other is called photoelectric. The ionization detectors are able to function because they contain within them a source of ionizing radiation. It's usually americium-241, and it's a very, very small amount. But that small amount of americium is able to ionize the air inside of the smoke detector chamber. And by doing that, it allows for an electrical current, a small electrical current, to be passed between two plates inside of the smoke detector chamber. And the detector is able to measure that current flow. Now, when smoke occurs due to a fire or some other source and the smoke gets into the smoke detector chamber, the smoke particles will interfere with the current flow through the chamber. And as a result, that current flow is reduced. Now, the detector is able to measure that reduction in current flow. And when it gets reduced to a certain point, then the detector says, this must be smoke from a fire, and it signals a fire alarm condition. So that is the ionization type of detector. The other type we said is photoelectric. And photoelectric uses the light scattering principle to detect smoke. Inside the smoke detector chamber, there is an emitter or a source of light. It's usually infrared light. And that infrared light is sent out into the smoke detector chamber. Now, there's also a receiver inside the smoke detector. And when there is no smoke, the infrared light is transmitted into the chamber, and very little amounts of that light falls on the receiver. However, when smoke gets into the chamber, the smoke particles reflect that infrared light, and a lot of that is reflected back onto the receiver inside the smoke detector chamber. And when enough of that infrared light is reflected to the receiver, the detector is able to signal a fire alarm condition. So that is basically how the photoelectric type detectors work. Now, the first single station smoke detector was invented in 1970, and it was made available for sale to the public the following year. These were the ionization type smoke detectors. And the cost of these detectors was about $125 each, very expensive. But yet, in spite of the cost, these detectors started selling. They were selling hundreds of thousands of them per year. But the question was, how well did they work? You know, how effective were they? Well, in an effort to determine just how effective they were, a series of smoke detector performance tests were done in the mid-1970s. This testing is commonly referred to as the Dunes study. And what they did when they did this study was they set up several rooms constructed with materials that were common at that time, and they used furnishings that were common at that time. And they built the rooms, they furnished the rooms. Probably they looked something perhaps even like this. And they installed the smoke detectors in the rooms, all of the different types that were available at that time. They installed the smoke detectors, and then they lit a fire in the rooms to see how quickly would the detectors indicate a fire alarm. And they also were looking at some other things too, like, for example, we'll use the word tenability today. Tenability is how long could someone stay in that room with the fire going before they had to leave due to the heat or the smoke or the gases, okay? How long could they remain in that room? So they're looking at the performance of the smoke detectors. They're evaluating the tenability. How long could you stay in the room? And this is the test. You know, they were real full-scale fire tests. And the furnishings were mostly of wood and natural materials like cotton and linen. This is what was commonly available at this time, the late 1960s, early 1970s. And they were able to get a lot of very valuable information out of their research. In fact, a lot of the requirements that were eventually included in the first UL 268 and 217 and NFPA 72. This information was based on the results of the Dune testing that was done. So this was good. It was good information. However, as the years went by, there was a lot of discussion and concern about two things. One of them was the performance of ionization smoke detectors during actual fires. As time went by, it seemed like there were more and more reports of fires where the detectors didn't go off quickly enough, or perhaps didn't even go off at all. What was happening? What was wrong? This was a concern. The second concern was this: unwanted or false alarms that were caused by cooking. The problem there is people would get tired of these false alarms and they would disconnect the smoke detectors, take the batteries out or take them down, something like that. And of course, if there's no smoke detector, then there's no protection at all, right? And a lot of times these concerns, these discussions were actually driven by comments from the public and from the media. There were 2 television shows that were produced in the year 2000, a show called Silent Alarms. In 2004, another show, Stop the Children Burning. And you can find these shows on the internet if you look for them. As the titles imply, these shows were about smoke detectors that did not activate, or that did not activate quickly enough. This was becoming a big discussion and a big concern. And eventually, the NFPA technical committees begin to hear these things and pick up on these issues. And they started to address them in the NFPA code. For example, with regard to unwanted alarms from cooking, in the 2010 edition of NFPA 72 in Annex A, there were requirements about how to install smoke detectors in areas where cooking appliances would be located. And in the 2013 edition of the code, they actually added a requirement to the body of the code in Chapter 29, indicating that smoke detectors and smoke alarms used in household fire systems shall be listed for resistance to common nuisance sources. So something was going on, something was happening, and it was clear that additional investigation was needed. So the second set of extensive full-scale fire tests were performed in the early 2000s. This was very much like the first Dunes study. This is commonly called the Dunes 2 study. And as with the first study, they used equipment and building materials and furnishings that were commonly available at that time in the early 2000s. And the results of the tests were very interesting. There was a lot of things that were learned. For example, if we take a look here at the original Dunes test in 1975. In the event of a flaming fire, the smoke detectors that they tested on average would sound an alarm signal at about 146 seconds after the fire had started. So that's about 2.5 minutes. Okay, so the fire starts, flaming fire, 2.5 minutes, the detector will signal an alarm. Now, the tenability time, how long one could stay in that room if there was a flaming fire, was also measured, and it was found to be, on average, about 1,036 seconds. That's about 17 minutes. So the time from when the fire was signaled or indicated by the smoke detector to the time that the room became untenable was about 15 minutes. The alarm would go off. You had about 15 minutes until the room was untenable. That gave a person time to evaluate the situation, maybe to get their family together, to get out of the house and get to safety. Remember, a person might even be asleep and they hear the alarm going off and they wake up and they think, what is that sound? You know, gives them time to be able to take action, get out of the burning structure, and get to safety. For smoldering fires, the alarm was signaled around 1,931 seconds. That's about 32 minutes. The tenability time, 4,419 seconds. That's 73 minutes. So from the time the alarm was signaled here, in the case of a smoldering fire, to the time the room became untenable, you had about 40 minutes. Plenty of time to get out of the house, call the fire department, extinguish the fire, minimize the damage. This was the result of the original Dunes test in 1975. Look at the results of the newer test that was done in the year 2000, or early 2000s. A flaming fire was signaled at about 47 seconds by the detector, but the tenability time was 177 seconds. That means from the time that the smoke detector went into alarm to the time that the room became untenable, you had about 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Now, you don't hardly have any time. to get yourself, get your family, and get out of the house, the time was significantly reduced in these new tests. Look at the smoldering fire. The alarm was signaled at 2,042 seconds. That's about 34 minutes. But the time to untenable, 2,148 seconds. That is less than 2 minutes time that a person has from when the alarm goes off until the room is untenable or unoccupiable. Something had changed. The time to untenable conditions was dramatically less in these new tests. But why? You know, what happened? Why are they seeing this big change from the tests that were originally done in the 1970s? Well, here's a quote from a report by NIST that was related to this testing, the DUNS 2 test. And in part, the report says escape times in this study were systematically shorter than those found in a similar study conducted in the 1970s. This is related to some combination of faster fire development times for today's products that provide the main fuel sources for fires, such as upholstered furniture and mattresses. Also different criteria for time to untenable conditions, and improved understanding of the speed and range of threats to tenability. So one of the things that had changed is they had adjusted the tenability times somewhat. In some cases, this was based on larger home sizes too. In the 2000s, homes were generally larger than they were in the late 1960s, early 1970s. But notice this point that was identified here. The combination of faster fuel development times from the fuel, upholstered furniture and mattresses. Could it be that the furniture in the house was making a difference? Well, to answer that question, another test was done. You can see this test on the internet as well. The link is here. If you haven't seen it before, it's really quite interesting to watch. What they did, it's a test by UL. They basically constructed 2 rooms. On the left, you have the legacy room. This room is constructed with materials that would have been used in the late 1960s, early 1970s. Wood and natural materials, and the furnishings also, natural fibers, cottons, linen, wood, things like that. That's the legacy room. The modern room is constructed with modern building materials, and it is furnished with modern furnishings. And what they did was very simple. They built these 2 rooms, and they lit a fire in each of the rooms, and they waited to see what would happen. Here in this image, they're already at the 1 minute mark. And you can see in the legacy room here, you can see a little flicker of where the fire is at on the couch. It's burning. Over here, you can't really see anything burning, but hopefully you can see there's some smoke ascending. So there is something happening here in the modern room too. This is at the 1 minute mark. 30 seconds later, it looks like this. The legacy room, you can still see the fire here, it's still burning, but in the modern room, the fire is gaining strength very, very quickly. You can see at the ceiling the accumulation of very dark, thick smoke. And take a look here at this, where the smoke is here, the smoke layer interface, how low it is, okay? And look at the top of this lamp. I want you to get an idea of this space from the top of the lamp to the bottom of the smoke. This is at the 1 minute and 30 second mark. 45 seconds later, it looks like this. The fire has significantly grown. The smoke has significantly increased in the modern room, whereas in the legacy room, the fire is still growing, but certainly not at the same rate as the modern room. 30 seconds later, it looks like this. The fire has spread to the draperies, to the carpet, and it's growing exponentially in its strength and fury at this point. If we look about 40 seconds later, it looks something like this. Now, the fire is still growing here in the legacy room. And at the 30-minute mark, 30 minutes after the fire was started, flashover occurred in the legacy room. In the modern room, flashover occurred at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. A dramatic difference. And this is the cause, what was resulting in all of these concerns that were taking place. People are saying these detectors are not working. They're not detecting quickly enough. Well, they're not, because look at how modern furnishings and modern construction responds in a fire compared to the way furnishings would have responded in the past. And there was a report, obviously many reports as a result of this. And one of the conclusions in the UL report is this. It says escape times in a home have decreased from approximately 17 minutes to approximately 3 minutes over the past 40 years due to changes in materials and floor plans in modern homes. So this is a serious problem that has been identified here. But there's still the other problem, the problem of unwanted alarms as well. There have been, there were some polls and research done in that matter. And according to this poll, 73% of smoke alarm activations in a given year were due to cooking. And out of the people that were polled, in response to this, about a third of them said that they had disconnected their smoke detectors, removed the power because of these unwanted activations. So it's a sort of a twofold challenge then, isn't it? Smoke detectors need to be more effective at detecting fire in modern furnishing materials, but they need to be better at resisting nuisance alarms, false alarms from cooking. So the problems have been identified now. Now what's next? Well, UL formed 2 task groups. One to consider how to approach the false alarms from cooking. And the second one to develop new flaming and smoldering fire tests using polyurethane foam. Now, why did they settle on polyurethane foam? Well, they did a lot of testing to come to this conclusion. But you may remember one of the reports that we saw earlier where it specifically mentioned upholstered furniture and mattresses. Take a look here, we can see that mattresses and upholstered furniture commonly use polyurethane foam as a base material. When they were trying to determine what product they were going to use for these new tests, they did a lot of testing with all sorts of different types of materials. We can see some of those tests done here. And we can see that now these were using the detectors that were available at the time. Okay, we're talking early 2000s. And we can see that in some cases, for example, the flaming polyurethane fire, photoelectric detectors never went into alarm at all during the day. For the smoldering fires, the ionization detectors often didn't go into alarm either. But consider when they did go into alarm. For example, let's look at this one. Okay, smoldering polyurethane foam fire, photoelectric detector, it went into alarm at 3,032 seconds. So it went into alarm, right? It did what it was supposed to do. Well, you may recall from the Dunes 2 study that the tenability time for a smoldering fire was determined to be 2,148 seconds. So by the time this detector went into alarm, the room was untenable for a long time. The detector did go into alarm, but it was far too late. As UL did their investigation and their research, they began to realize that polyurethane foam generates smoke that is different from other test materials, paper, wood, and so on. The particle size, the particle count, Things like this were very different. And that is why detectors were challenged in trying to quickly detect flaming and smoldering fires in polyurethane foam. So it was clear that the UL smoke detector standards had to be updated to include tests of fire in polyurethane foam. However, when they, when smoke detector companies make detectors that can now pick up fire in polyurethane foam, well, what's going to happen when we start cooking is a increase in the detector's responsiveness to PU foam, going to increase false alarms from cooking. See, not only do detectors need to be able to detect flaming and smoldering fire in furnishings, but they also have to resist common false alarm sources that could result from cooking. So the second UL task team had their work cut out for them too. They did a lot of testing with different types of cooking materials, cooking pizza and toast and things like that. And after all their research was done and they had evaluated everything, they determined that a broiling hamburger test would be the best one to cover a whole range of different cooking scenarios. And so they set up this test, they determined the criteria for this test. And again, using detectors that were available at the time, it was judged that probably no detector available could pass this test. One of the reasons why is because to pass the test, the detector cannot go into alarm below 1.5% per foot obscuration. Well, 1.5% per foot is actual smoke, but the detector needs to be able to judge that this is smoke from a cooking scenario and not go into alarm under those conditions. And so again, the research at the time indicated that few, if any, smoke detectors could pass these new tests, the polyurethane foam tests and the broiling hamburger tests. But by creating or building smoke detectors that could pass these tests, along with all the other ones, would provide a significant performance increase or enhancement. It would reduce the number of unwanted alarms, and it would provide earlier and faster detection of fire in modern furnishings. So the tests had been identified, the problem had been identified. The next step was clear: to develop new standards, new UL standards that would include these tests, polyurethane foam and the cooking nuisance alarm tests. Well, this is great news for us, for the public, because detectors that have been listed and tested to these new standards will give much better performance. Better performance equals greater safety for everyone. So the manufacturers of the smoke detectors now had to get to work. UL established a deadline, and all listed smoke detectors and smoke alarms must meet the requirements of these new standards by the deadline date. UL 268 7th edition, UL 217 8th edition. And you might wonder, how did smoke detector manufacturers do this? You know, how were they able to adjust the operation of their devices to be able to pass these difficult, challenging tests? Well, probably every manufacturer does things a little bit differently. But one of the things that I have found that is very common is the use of two light sources in a photoelectric type detector. It seems that somewhat universally, the ionization type detectors are going away. We don't see those as much as we used to. But in the photoelectric detector, you'll recall that photoelectric detectors use light, and that light is usually scattered better on larger smoke particles. Well, inside of the detector, they've got the infrared LED. What they've done is added a blue LED as well. Now, the infrared light has a longer wavelength, and it's better able to scatter on the larger smoke particles, whereas the blue light has a shorter wavelength, and as a result, it's better able to scatter on the smaller smoke particles. So now I've got two light sources in here with two different wavelengths scattering on the smoke particles in different ways. The detector is able to look at these things. It's able to better evaluate and make a judgment so that it's able to pass these challenging tests that have been developed by UL. So that's what we can look forward to in these detectors listed to these new standards. Well, you may have been listening to this presentation up till now and said, you know, that's all very interesting, but what does this really mean for me? Well, the UL compliance date for these updated standards is June the 30th, 2022. So what that means for manufacturers is that after June the 30th, 2022, any smoke detectors that are manufactured and that are labeled as UL listed, they must be listed to these new standards and in compliance with these new requirements. Now, for those of us who design or install fire alarm systems, you're going to find that at some point after June the 30th, 2022, the detectors you get are going to be listed to these new standards. And if you are under the guidance of NFPA 72, you're going to find that that document will require the use of detectors listed to the 7th edition of UL 268. So it's going to be a change, a bit of a change. For those of us who do design and install, it should happen reasonably naturally because the older type detectors will stop being manufactured and only the newer type will be manufactured. To the UL 268 7th edition challenge. Well, as you may know, Hochiki is a well-respected leader in the fire protection industry. Hochiki was founded in 1918 in Tokyo, Japan. And through the years, Hochiki has designed and manufactured and provided smoke detectors not only to our own customers, but to many industry-leading OEM alarm manufacturers as well. So Hochiki's engineers got to work all the way back in 2017 when these new standards were being developed by UL. They got to work identifying the new testing and how the performance of Hochiki smoke detectors would be enhanced and adjusted to meet these new requirements. And conventional and analog addressable detectors have already been designed and have already passed all the preliminary testing at UL for these updated requirements. You can be sure that the new Hochiki detectors will not only comply with the expanded requirements of UL, but they will maintain a high level of quality and reliability that is associated with the name Hochiki. Well, we focused a lot on smoke detectors so far, but of course, the smoke detector needs more to be able to operate. There is the fire alarm control panel itself, which is really the heart of the system, accepting inputs, operating outputs, making decisions about interfacing into other systems. And the fire alarm control panel is also governed by a UL standard. In this case, it's UL 864. In fact, UL 864 and NFPA 72 work together to ensure a reliable and functional fire alarm system that will continue to perform as expected for a very, very long time. So what are some of the features that we might see on modern microprocessor control fire alarm panels? Digital communication with intelligent devices is very common. The detector itself is not either in alarm or not in alarm, on and off, so to speak. There is actually a communication that goes on between the fire alarm control panel and the devices, sending not only alarm status, but also the obscuration that is seen at the smoke detector at that time, maintenance requirements and things of that sort. So there is this ongoing digital communication taking place between every single smoke detector on the system. These microprocessor controlled panels allow for easy integration with building management systems and other building systems. Input-output mapping allows for extremely flexible operation of the fire alarm system as a whole, and networking of multiple fire alarm control panels allows for distributed system operation and even redundant operation in some cases. The Hochiki flagship panel, the FireNet Latitude, is built on a modular platform. It can have from 2 to 16 signaling line circuits per panel, has a 7-inch full-color touchscreen, 64 user login accounts, 24 programmable function keys, internal synchronization for the notification appliances, 5,000 programmable cause and effects, and much, much more. You can get information about the Hochiki products if you check our website, as is shown at the bottom of the screen there, hochikiasiapacific.com. So to summarize our discussion this morning, the updated UL requirements for smoke detectors represent a major advance in the performance and stability of UL listed smoke detectors. Remember, there were some serious problems that had been identified. These updated requirements address those concerns, and everyone will benefit. The end users, homeowners, building occupants will benefit from better detection of all types of fires and furnishings. Authorities, installation companies, and end users will all benefit from less unwanted alarms due to cooking. The changes to the UL 268 and 217 standards, these changes are something that the fire alarm industry can feel good about. Hochiki is ready to support you with questions about UL updates, life safety system design, and product application. With over 100 years of experience in the fire alarm and life safety business, Hochiki is uniquely qualified to support you with any and all fire alarm and life safety projects, questions, and concerns. With that, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I hope that the presentation was informative and interesting. And again, I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to be with you today and to present this information. Thank you very much. I don't know if we're going to do any questions or not, but perhaps someone can let me know. There are questions here. Would it be okay if I discuss some of them or answer some of them? If I can.
Hello.
Or is my time up?
Hello, Bill.
Yes.
I will share my slide for the questions.
Yes, okay. Let me turn this off. I'm sorry. I need to stop share right here. Thank you. Okay. Are we okay?
Yes. It's working.
Thank you.
Okay. Bill.
Yes.
Okay. Can you please turn on again your camera?
Okay. Yes. Let me get that here.
Okay. Thank you. So, guys, we are done with the UL Standard Safety Smoke Fire Alarm System. Our speaker is Bill Daney. So we have some questions. We have a question coming from Angel Robles. Is UL 268 standard for safety equivalent to the functional safety standard under the IEC 61508?
You're gonna start with a hard question, aren't you? I am not as familiar with the IEC 61508 perhaps as I should be, so my apologies for that. UL 268 though is a standard that encompasses really everything that has to do with the smoke detectors, not just the performance of the detectors, but they look at the design of the detectors, the components, they look at spacing of components, they look at reliability of components. They have to do a lot of investigation about things like that. Their concern is that not only will we have a device that will perform as intended, but that will be reliable and that will not create any fire or shock hazard as a consequence of its normal operation. So I don't know if that answered the question or not, but I hope that it did, Angel. I'm sorry.
Okay, so another one from Engineer Angel. Does ionization smoke detectors still in use in the industry today, since americium is known to be potentially dangerous to humans? Does ionization smoke detectors still in use today?
The use of the ionization technology has faded quite a bit. At Hochiki, we no longer manufacture the ionization type. The new detectors, the new type that we talked about today that will have a red and blue LED, really will very easily cover the type of fires that ionization would have been used for in the past. Ionization was the first sort of technology that was discovered. But as time has gone by and there's increasing concern about, radioactive, even though the ionization detectors have a very, very small amount of americium, usually less than 1 microcurie. The move globally is to try to get away from such things. So from Hochiki's standpoint, we no longer have or manufacture ionization types. And I believe other manufacturers are also doing, a very similar type of approach.
Okay, so again,
thank you for the question.
Yes, thank you very much, Bill, for your time and effort in participating on our first Global Summit. So it's my great pleasure and honor to award this certificate of appreciation with Bill for this talk. So Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Rizal Chapter, accreditation number 44, awards this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Bill Daney for having shared his knowledge and expertise as a resource speaker on our first virtual Global Summit 2021 on electronics safety and security, with the topic entitled UL 268 Standard for Safety Smoke Detectors on Fire Alarm System. Given this 25th day of September in the year of our Lord 2021 at the province of Rizal, Philippines, signed by our ISEP Rizal Governor, Dennis L. Molina, PECE AE. So again, good evening, Bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I was so happy to be here and I wish you all the best. Please stay safe.
Okay, stay safe also.
Thank you.
So, thank you. So again, guys, we would like to call our ISEP National President, if we are still there, Doc Michelle. So we would like to award this speaker certificate to our ISEP National President, Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Rizal Chapter, accreditation number 44, awards this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Michelle D. Lawas for imparting her valuable insights and inspiration as our keynote speaker on our first Global Summit 2021 on electronic safety and security. Given this 25th day of September in the year of our Lord 2021 at Province of Rizal, Philippines, signed by our ISAP Rizal Governor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina, PECE AE. So, Doc, on our next slide, we have another speaker coming from the United States. So guys, as we continue our breakthrough on our webinar on electronics engineering, we will proceed to our next speaker. So our next speaker will be introduced by our ISAP Rizal Instrumentation Controls Mechatronics Specialization Subgroup Chairwoman, may we call on Engineer Angel Robles, PECE. Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
My audio is loud and clear?
Yes, ma'am, crystal clear.
Okay, sige. Thank you. I would like to thank Bill Daney for answering my question earlier. So it was very informative. Anyway, it is my privilege and honor to introduce our next speaker. So he has an MBA or a master's degree in business administration and an associate of Lead Green, is the Global Intelligent Building Solution Specialist for the Simon Company, headquartered in Watertown City. He supports the global sales team to educate its current and potential customers on the economic and technology benefits of intelligent building construction compared to the traditional siloed construction models. Leading with the converged IT unified intelligent building infrastructure solution, he also helps end users save millions in construction costs and lower their operational costs by integrating the building system on an IP platform. He has over 15 years in the IT industry and previously worked at the Honeywell Building Solutions, helping customers optimize and integrate their buildings. Recently, he was appointed as the Vice Chair of Continental Automated Building Association, or also known as CABA, Intelligent Building Council, and holds a master's degree from University of Hartford. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Bob Allen. Good morning.
Good evening, good morning. Thank you, Angel. What a beautiful introduction. And thank you, Angel, from the Siemens team for inviting me to come and present today. And Waldo, great job emceeing. What a privilege to be here. I assume you'd like me to share my screen now?
Yes,
Bob.
but can we call first Angel Yamias for
Hi.
introduction?
Hi, good morning, everybody. So it's my pleasure again to join with ISAP. It's been a long time, and I hope everybody's safe and healthy. Again, thank you, Mr. Dennis Molina. You're the president for our chapter, and also ISAP organization for inviting Simon for this event. So, but of course, I would like to introduce again Bob to support us here in the Philippines, to give us a good knowledge for intelligent building, a new intelligent building solution. So, Bob.
Thank you, Angel. Great intro. And
Yeah.
it's amazing to be here. Nothing excites me more than when I'm able to talk to people from other parts of the world. I'm actually coming to you from my home office, as you can see here. I live in Connecticut in the United States. And like I said, just a real privilege to be able to talk to everyone today. So my role with the Siemens Company is I'm our global intelligent building solutions specialist. I spend about half of my time working directly with customers, helping them understand the financial impact of intelligent building construction. And about the other half of my time is spent with partners in the industry, putting together an ecosystem so that when people want to move forward with intelligent buildings, we have the right people in place to be able to deliver on that. Before I continue any further, I would like to to give a shout out to Bill Daney. What a great presentation he had. My degree, my undergraduate degree, is actually fire science. So it was great to hear a bit about smoke detectors and the technology and where we've come so far in that market. So thanks for everything that you brought here today. When it comes to intelligent buildings, a lot has changed over the last 5 or 6 years. And a big part of that is the financial structure of intelligent buildings. 6, 7 years ago, it would cost more to build an intelligent building than it does today. Today, we can build an intelligent building for less money than we can build a traditional building. The decision to build an intelligent building is a financial decision. We will talk some about some technology today, but the technology we talk about will enable the financials. To start this off, I'd like to share a case study. And this case study is a little bit older. It's about 6, 7 years old, but it proves that for a very long time, we've been able to save money with intelligent building technology. This particular project that I was involved in Florida, in the United States, was about a 50,000 square foot enterprise space. That's about 4,000 square meters. The space consisted of offices, cubicles, reception area, conference rooms, gymnasium, bathrooms, typical enterprise space. And I had the good fortune of meeting with the vice president of global real estate. And when I met with this person, they had the holistic financial responsibility for the construction projects, or profit and loss responsibility for those projects. And that's very important because we hear often that we need facilities and IT departments to get along in order to make an intelligent building. And that's very true. Those departments need to support intelligent buildings, but they don't have the financial authority to be able to transfer money from one budget to the other, even if that means saving the company a lot of money. So we had the audience with the right person who was very open-minded, wanted to save the company money and have a better performing building when we were done. The drawback, the difficulty or challenge, was that they were about 60% done with the drawings on the building. So most of the building was designed. The vice president of global real estate brought myself and my partner into a meeting with their architect, their MEP firm, and their general contractor. And they asked us to find savings in the project without interfering with things that were already done. It was definitely a challenge, but we did that. We looked at some of the edge devices and we changed their specification from traditional AC or line voltage to power over Ethernet or PoE. We looked at access control, HVAC, and lighting. And just by making that change, we saved almost $240,000 US on that small project. The truth is, these are the real numbers from 6 or 7 years ago. If we were to do the same project today, we would save almost $400,000 on that small 4,000 square meter area. We're saving customers over $2 million per 9,500 square meters of new construction. We're saving money in tenant improvement spaces or retrofit spaces as well, all by leveraging intelligent building technology. A lot of things have changed in the industry on the technology side. Most recently, lighting. What it sums up is all the systems have now collapsed onto the network. And now that this has occurred, we can design a complete IP building from the bottom to the top. We can make an entire building digital. Lighting on the network is the biggest change in construction since HVAC went from pneumatic or air-powered to DDC, digital control. And it's really the same thing. We've taken an age-old analog legacy system and we've digitized it. Now, the significance with lighting, it is the most dense application in the entire building. There are more lights than any other system in the building. So if you can imagine each of those light fixtures with a sensor or a sensor associated with it, we've now been able to create a complete digital platform in that building. And that platform is collecting data for all other systems to use: HVAC systems, life safety systems, security systems. Any other type of system is now using the data that we've created in that platform. It has also changed the way we think about buildings. If I were able to ask all of you, what is a building? Most of you would say it's bricks, mortar, glass, carpeting, sheetrock, all of the physical components that make up a building. Well, that's what I'm here to change. We need to think of buildings as an operating system. I call it BEOS, building as an operating system. And I use the analogy all the time, the comparison to a smartphone. If we go back in time to 2007, when Apple released the first smartphone, it changed our world. For me, at the time, it changed my world because I had solitaire and color, and that was exciting. But when we really look at what they did, was they developed iOS, an open operating system. In the building space, we refer to that as an integration platform. But that open operating system allows me as the user to go to the App Store and download an application. That application might make me more productive, might entertain me, but no doubt it solves a problem for me. And that application that I download works. It works seamlessly with my phone. No matter what that application is, it just works. That's what we need to accomplish in our buildings. Buildings as an operating system, so that when we have the need for new applications, it works. We're hopefully coming out of a global pandemic, and people are trying to figure out ways to bring their employees back to the office space. We need to consider things like social distancing, like UVC disinfecting solutions or cleaning solutions in the office space. And when we compare building as an operating system to our legacy buildings, there is no comparison. If you are to deploy these types of technologies in a legacy building, you need to install new infrastructure, sensors, servers, software, all to give us this desired output. When we have our building designed as an operating system, we have plug and play capability to the edge and on the software side. Now we're simply installing an application on the server to manipulate the existing data and give us the desired output. That all starts with this graphic, bringing all the systems onto the network. Allows us to digitize the building, turn it into ones and zeros. All we want is everything to be information data points. Then we can use that information and we can use those data points for whatever we need. When we look at the comparison, the building you see to the left on my screen is our traditional building. Each system is sitting on its own network. That network, maybe it's category cable, perhaps it's fiber, coax, RS-485. There's hundreds of different media types. Each of those systems is speaking its own communication protocol or language. And what I think is the biggest disadvantage of a legacy or siloed building, as we call it, is they come down into those boxes down the bottom. And those boxes represent proprietary vendor-locked software solutions for each of those systems. As a building owner, you are now locked in with that vendor for the life of that building. Well, truthfully, you can make a change. It would just be very, very expensive. What we want to see is we want to see that building to the other side, to the right of your screen. That's what an intelligent building looks like. And this is where, when I'm talking to you, when I'm working with end users or even partners, I hope to change the way you think about designing your building, about procuring or tendering your building, and about deploying it or building your building. And when we do that, there are three main outcomes that we are looking to achieve. We want to see capital cost savings, lower the cost to build your building, operational cost savings, lower the cost to operate the building, and lastly, a better experience for the occupants of that building. And the third part is the most fun, because that depends on who the occupants are. If it's retail, we want to see consumer spending going up. If it's healthcare, we want to see patient recovery time going down. If it's enterprise or office space, we want to see employee productivity going up. And these are all things that could be accomplished very easily by leveraging existing technology while still lowering your costs to build the building. The first thing I suggest to people is take all of that infrastructure, all of the low voltage infrastructure, and pull that back. Make it a single tender or a single specification document. So you have a one contractor deployment model throughout the entire building. It will help you with an economy of scale. The more you have with one person, the lower your cost will be. But when we look at traditional construction, and I'll pick on security cameras for a moment, when we put our tender or our specifications out, our bids for cameras, it says, here are the cameras we like, and here's the infrastructure to support that. Most camera companies do not do their own infrastructure, so they subcontract it. Now you have a subcontractor that provides a number for the camera company. They will mark it up to the general contractor, who marks it up again for the end user, the person paying for the building. And there's project management fees and other numbers that get added on and along the way. Well, what I can tell you is that when you put all of that infrastructure into one tender and have a one contractor deployment model, you can eliminate about a dozen subcontractors on that project. I do not have a tangible number, but I know that lowers the amount the end user will pay by a lot. The second thing I'll tell you here is that box down the bottom. That red or orange box represents an integration platform. Now, I may not have mentioned this earlier, but I've been with the Siemens company about 9 years. And before joining this team, I worked for Honeywell in their Building Solutions division. And Honeywell has a great integration product called EBI, or Enterprise Building Integration Software. And that came out in the mid-90s. The problem with integration platforms is we don't use them to their fullest potential. And that's because our procurement process or our purchasing process is broken. We typically tender or specify that integration platform at about the same time that we specify all of those edge devices. And when that happens, we end up with a very robust software that's controlling HVAC and not much else. And we end up with the proprietary software for all of those systems around the edge. So my suggestion is turn the table, flip it around. Let's think differently, a little bit outside the box. Issue an RFQ. That's what we call it in the States, a request for qualifications. That's how we hire our design team, our architect, our consultants, our engineers with an RFQ. Do the same thing for the integration platform. We call that partner a master systems integrator, or MSI. Because when you bring that MSI into the design team early on, they can help the design team with the specification of active gear or controllers. They can help with the communication protocol, the connectivity standards, and the power standards. Because when you do that, it gives you freedom. It gives you the freedom to use the open market to find the right partner for the right application. For example, with card access, I'm not saying you have to use ASSA ABLOY, Stanley, or Linnell. What I'm saying is whoever you choose, as long as their edge device complies with the specification that was helped put together with the MSI, you don't have to buy their proprietary software. Those edge devices will tie right into the integration platform. This not only lowers your cost to construct, we save about $500,000 per 9,500 square meters of new construction. It also lowers your operational costs because now, should a problem occur in the building, you can go to the open market and you can tender for any manufacturer as long as their device complies with the specification that was put together by the MSI. So you might be able to lower that cost tremendously. Thinking of a building as an operating system. Sometimes we take for granted, what is an operating system? It's the core fundamental programming or software program on a device, your computer, your cell phone, in this case, your building, that allows other software applications to operate, allows for input-output devices like keyboards, mouse, sensors, any type of input-output where we're getting data, and it allows for the ability to share common information. When we're in a traditional legacy or siloed building, each of those proprietary systems has a tremendous amount of data. The problem is they won't share it with other applications. When we think about BEOS, building as an operating system, now we have all that information gathered by all of the systems to be able to be shared so each individual system can optimize their performance. There are many, many benefits. We talked about some of these, the elimination of proprietary software, the ability to take advantage of the open marketplace, making sure the operator can take advantage of the open marketplace. Devices become plug and play. You know, I mentioned earlier, UVC disinfecting solutions for buildings. It's a great solution. You can completely disinfect to 99.99% a conference room in roughly 10 minutes. If you have a legacy building, it's very expensive to do that. If you have an intelligent building, a BEOS, it's plug and play. You're simply attaching a UV device on that network and allowing the software to apply itself on the server. It's like having an app store. Social distancing becomes easy. It's a simple application to utilize existing data on the server. Improved life safety. The systems can now talk to each other. The life safety system can talk to the lighting system so that when a smoke detector goes off, we know where that fire or smoke related incident is occurring. And we can use lighting to illuminate a path for people to get out of the building quickly and safely. All this can be done automatically, so we can protect as many lives as possible. Lower energy consumption. It's very well proven that intelligent buildings are 50% more energy efficient than traditional buildings. Lower overall operating costs. Being able to take advantage of the open market and not being stuck in a vendor-locked situation is very important. When I was with Honeywell, I wanted to make sure I got maintenance on all of my deals because that would last forever. Well, when we create that open concept, that open operating system, you have the choice of different vendors, lowering your costs to maintain those buildings. And lastly, sustainability. When we design a BEOS, we know we have an infrastructure in place that's going to support any application for the next 25 to 30 years. We know we have an operating system in place that doesn't have to change. We can now install different software applications on top of that to be able to give us an output that we're looking for. Here's a great example. This is a project that I was involved in Erie, Pennsylvania, right on the Great Lakes. 23,000 square foot building, which is about 1,800 square meters. I get asked all the time, are buildings too small to think about being intelligent? The short answer is no. The way I look at it, if we can save that end user, the person building that building, just a little money and give them a better experience on the other side, then we've done our job. And it doesn't matter if that savings is only a little or a lot. The larger the building, the larger the savings. In this case, I had the luck of meeting with the CEO of the company who introduced me to their architect. And they wanted to have the most intelligent building in Erie, Pennsylvania. The problem was they were over their budget. So with the help of the architect, we identified these systems that you see on your screen, and we identified a few more systems that had future potential for integration. I brought with me one of my MSIs, Master Systems Integrator Partners, who has an integration platform. And with the help of that architect, they told us the cost to purchase and install those systems was about $971,000. Now, keep in mind, that's the traditional approach with proprietary software. Well, we looked at using an integration platform, and we were able to do those same exact systems for $480,000. We saved $500,000 on 1,800 square meters of new construction. That was 49% of the capital cost to build that building. Now, not only did we use an integration platform, but we also leveraged PoE, or power over Ethernet, wherever possible in the building, including a PoE lighting system. There's also a lot of operational savings, and this comes in the form of analytics. Never before have we had the ability to take the data in the building and analyze it and understand how our building is performing. We call this FDD, Fault Detection and Diagnostic. I'll give you an example. When I look back in history, we have always maintained our buildings based on one thing, and that one thing is the calendar. Every 12 months, we replace our filters. I don't know why, because the calendar said so. Now, we can look at analytics, and we can determine that the baseline energy consumption for an air handler is right here. And we know that as that filter gets dirty, it causes resistance. Therefore, we need more power to push air through it and maintain our differential pressures. We also know that when we change that filter, the energy goes back down to the baseline. And we can compare that to the cost of replacing the filter. And if that ROI, return on investment, is not for 2 or 3 years, it's a pretty clean filter. We don't need to use our resources to change that. But if that ROI is a couple of weeks, a couple of months, we know that's a dirty filter. We need to change that right away for air quality, but also our energy goes back down to the baseline and we can save energy. Microsoft actually did a case study on this. They deployed this technology on about 3 million square feet. And I don't know the math, square meters. That's got to be somewhere around 300,000 square meters. But they did that math. And in the report that they showed, that they shared with everyone, they had what was called a drifted set point. No more than a predetermined temperature setting was different. If you're overheating or overcooling a space, you're spending more on that space than you need to spend. So just by changing that set point back to where it belonged, Microsoft saved $900 in energy over the next year. Now that sounds great. We all want to save energy. It makes the company more profitable. But instead of doing that right away, on the same report, it showed that they had a leaky chilled water valve. And by fixing that, they saved $11,400 over 1 year. So it just got them thinking differently about how they can use their facilities team to make their company more profitable, just by managing the alarms and faults within the building and their limited resources better. We talk a lot about PoE, and I can share with you stories from the US. Here in the United States, the average cost to deliver AC power or line voltage to an edge device is about $1,000. We have a circuit breaker, we have a portion of a panel, we have a transformer, we have conduit or piping that our power has to go in, the cable, an electrician, a junction box, wire nuts, and the list goes on. We can bring PoE to that same location for $250. That's about $100 for a powered port in your telecommunications room, and about $150 for an open air category cable drop. When we think about that, every time we leverage PoE, we can save the end user $750. That's big savings. There's a lot of things you can do with PoE that you may not be doing now. Here's a great list. I'm not going to read everything, but I'll talk about a couple. Computer systems. That computer you see in the top left corner of the screen, I have one of those at my desk here in Watertown, Connecticut in the US. Has Windows 10, runs full office productivity. So I have Word, Excel, Outlook, everything you need at your computer. The cost of that computer is about the same as if you were to purchase a Dell or an HP business class computer. But the installation time is very small. The only connection is the data drop to the building. You don't have to crawl under the desk and plug it in and wire the mouse and the keyboard up through the little hole. One connection to the building and you're done. Beyond that, what's even more impressive about the PoE computer is it only uses 25% of the power of a traditional desktop PC. And that's because we don't have local power supplies. What else? Let's talk about battery chargers for phones and tablets. If we can agree for a moment that it costs less to bring power to the edge with PoE than it does with AC power, we should be putting in PoE-powered USB charging plates at all of our cubicles, reception areas, conference rooms, anywhere that people are going to be charging their devices. Because if you do not, people are still going to charge their devices. They're just going to put that little brick in the wall. In my case, it's the Apple brick. And all that brick is doing is converting energy from AC to DC. And whenever we make that conversion at the device level, it is very, very inefficient. We lose 30% of our power when we convert it at the device level. That might not mean a lot when we're talking about phones and tablets, but if we think about that same concept with lighting, if you're building a building, you have two choices. You could put an AC-powered LED or PoE-powered LED. And what I can tell you is the comparison between losing 30% at the edge for energy conversion versus the network, most network switches convert energy at 90 to 95% efficiency. So just by changing where we convert our energy from the edge to the network, we can pick up 25% energy savings. In the case of lighting, if you're going with an AC LED light system, you're bringing AC power to a driver on the top side of the light fixture. That driver is converting energy from AC to DC and powering the exact same circuit board that we have in PoE lighting. The problem is that driver is losing 30% of its energy and it's going up into the ceiling space as heat. That heat now needs to be conditioned before coming back down into the occupied space. So when you consider PoE lighting, you're removing a 15% heat load from the ceiling. You're picking up 25% energy efficiency before we even talk about advanced controls. And I didn't mention this earlier, but you're eliminating a failure point. The AC to DC driver on AC LEDs accounts for 54% of LED light fixture failures. So you now simply eliminate that failure factor. We had a project in Fort Worth, Texas called the Sinclair Hotel. And you can see the YouTube link there. A great video to watch. They did power over Ethernet for everything under 60 watts because that's what was available at the time. And they used digital direct DC power for everything over 60 watts. The result of doing that, they saved almost $500,000 on the cost of their infrastructure. That was about 25% of their infrastructure budget. In addition to that, they lowered their energy consumption by $100,000. In short, if you were to use PoE for everything that I'm aware of in a building, you'd add about 208 low voltage drops per 950 square meters. Now, the great part about that is even though you're adding low voltage drops, you're eliminating an AC drop, and in most cases, an AC drop and a communication cable. So you're getting rid of two infrastructures and replacing it with one low voltage category cable infrastructure. That'll save about $156,000 US dollars per 950 square meters, or about 1.56 million per 9,500 square meters. And when you add in that savings we talked about earlier by using an integration platform, that's where you're saving well over $2 million per 9,500 square meters of new construction. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of savings in tenant fit out spaces or retrofit environments. It's just difficult to predict that because I don't know what you're starting with. I can help you with that. If any of you have that type of scenario or a new construction scenario, you can certainly reach out to Angel or myself, and we'll be glad to work with you to help you achieve these desired results with intelligent building technology. Here's a great project from Pasadena, California, and they really embraced PoE of everything in their building. They were high-end biomedical space. When it came to light fixtures, they had the most expensive taste of any company I've worked with. Some of their fixtures cost over $20,000 each, but we were able to do all of them with PoE. This building had over 55,000 watts of PoE lighting, over 8,000 total connected IP devices, over 2,500 of them were lighting. But what really makes me proud of this project is we worked with over 100 different lighting configurations and systems, and we worked with over 20 different lighting manufacturers. If a manufacturer can make an LED light fixture, we can work directly with them to change that and make it ready for PoE. As a matter of fact, it should cost less because we're removing the AC to DC drivers. The other part are sensors. Here's a list of the common sensors, but remember BEOS. I mentioned that earlier on, building as an operating system. That also applies to sensors. Your only limitation with sensors is your imagination and the ability to manufacture the sensor. For example, I'm working with a hospital in New Jersey, and they asked me for a decibel sensor, a noise sensor. And I asked them why. Their response was, patients' recovery is at its highest level at night when they're sleeping. That makes good sense to me. The problem being, the nurses have the least amount of work to do. So they end up getting together and talking, and sometimes get too loud and disturb the patient. So we want a noise level sensor in the light fixture so that if the nurses get too loud and start to disturb a patient, the lights change, they flicker, they change colors, and the nurses know to quiet down. Very, very effective tool for behavioral management. We're now using similar technology in cafeterias at schools. Children love to have fun. I like to think I'm a child because I love to have fun. But when they're in a cafeteria, if they're getting too loud, we can have the lights react in a certain way to let them know it's time to be quiet or else they might get in trouble. We're using similar technology in bathrooms. Because of social distancing, we can determine the maximum bathroom capacity. And if that capacity is 6 people, then if there are 4 or less people in the bathroom, the light outside the door is green. If there are 5 people, it turns to yellow. So you know you better hurry up or you're going to have to wait. And if it turns to red, we know there are 6 people in there. You're going to have to wait your turn until someone leaves that area. In addition to that, we can count total traffic because we know cleaning has to be better than it was before our pandemic. But we don't need people cleaning bathrooms or any other area that are not being used. If our standard is cleaning spaces every 2 hours, but only 2 people went into that restroom, we don't need to clean it. We need to change our standards to every 37 people, 20 people, whatever that number is. And we don't need to spend our money cleaning unless we know 20 people have gone into that space. That could be a conference room, that could be a bathroom, that could be a cubicle, whatever that space is. Let's make sure we're cleaning it because it needs to be cleaned, not just because the clock or the calendar tells us to. Some of the other great benefits of an intelligent building: the ability to color tune lights, change them from a very warm temperature to a very cool temperature. Now would be a great time for it. It's late in the evening here in Connecticut, and if I wasn't so happy to talk to you folks, I would probably be falling asleep. But I can change the temperature of my lighting to actually give me more energy. And I do that at work all the time. After lunch, I tend to get sleepy. So I can change the temperature of my light to give me more energy and make me more productive throughout the day. And it actually makes me happier. We can also change the color to any color of the rainbow. This is a card from a university here in the United States. And prior to meeting with us, they would send out a text or an email or a phone call whenever there was a security threat on campus. Well, the problem is if my cell phone dies or I left it in my dorm room or I didn't hear it, I don't know what the problem is. So we're actually, and this is a great retrofit idea as well for education, for any public space or any big venue, is we put small recessed can lights in the back of the classroom and in the hallway. And when there is a certain threat, we change the color to represent the desired response. We also couple that with sensors. Studies have shown that a human's ability to accurately detect where a shot is being fired from is very low. So you have people who think they are running away from danger and are actually running into danger. We can do that accurately with sensors. And when we do that, we can tell certain areas of the building it's okay to leave. But other areas, they need to stay where they are and lock the doors. We can also point cameras in the right direction and give our first responders more information to be able to handle that situation. Other things like battery backup. At this point of the market, PoE lighting has the exact same emergency lighting solutions that AC lighting has. We have Bluetooth beaconing for things like asset tracking and interior GPS. One of my favorite stories is about Deloitte, the large consulting firm. They have about, I can't remember, 7, 12 floors in the Edge building in Amsterdam, which is one of the most intelligent buildings in the world. And if you think about this or write it down, after my presentation, of course, go to YouTube and search for Bloomberg The Edge. It's about a 4-minute, 30-second video. Again, Bloomberg The Edge. And it talks about the Edge building. And what Deloitte is doing is they managed to get more people in a smaller space without sacrificing comfort or productivity. They do this with a methodology called hot desking or hoteling, where you do not have the same desk every day. In the morning, I scan in my phone, a little QR code, and the computer reads my schedule and says, okay, Bob, you're going to be most productive if you sit over here. And then a GPS map pops up on my phone and takes me to my desk. When I get there, I can scan an LED QR code. It changes from a QR code to my name and title. That's always exciting. But more importantly, it ports my network and my phone to that location. And if I want to find somebody else, I can put their name in the phone. It takes me to their spot or a conference room or wherever I need to go in the building. The genius behind this is they don't open the 5th floor of the building until they fill the 4th. They don't open the 6th until they fill the 5th. And if you don't have to open a space in a building, you don't have to condition it, you don't have to clean it, and you don't have to light it. The biggest takeaway from that Deloitte video is that they save over $500,000 a year in maintenance contracts alone. I think we talked about environmental sensors, the ability to collect information that other systems like HVAC want to use in the building, things like indoor air quality and that sort of thing. We can integrate sound masking and in public address speaker systems, in the lighting systems. And lastly, Li-Fi. Li-Fi is a vertical light communication protocol. It's network and internet connectivity through an actual light fixture. I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's going to replace Wi-Fi, but there are definite applications for it. I see it most in things like Department of Defense, where they don't use Wi-Fi because Wi-Fi can penetrate the walls. Wi-Fi is straight up and down, so there's a great degree of security there. I also see it in areas of heavy downloads like healthcare machines, scanning machines, MRI, CAT scan, consultants, engineers, where they have a lot of download capacity, things like that. Because the big difference is when you're on Wi-Fi, if you're 1,000 people on one access point, you're only getting 1/1000th of that bandwidth. It's very watered down. Li-Fi, you get the full capacity of that bandwidth. If you use a Cat6a cable, you have 10 gig capability on the cable. As long as you have a port to support that, you're getting the full capacity of that connection. Now, deployment models are much different. When we look at a traditional building, you're running AC or line voltage to every device, and then you're putting a communication cable. Here with intelligent buildings, we're using communication cable, category cable from a network switch to each device, and that's it. You know, I talk to friends at Cisco, Transition Networks, many of the networking companies. 95% of network ports that are shipped are already PoE. So the bottom line is your company has a PoE switch, a PoE port sitting in their telecommunications room that they're not using. They're running AC power to that same location. And what makes it fun to be talking about to people around the world is PoE is an international standard. So you can design a building in the Philippines based on this intelligent building technology and build the exact same building here in the United States, in the Middle East, in Russia, in South America. It doesn't matter. PoE is a global harmonized standard. What changes the way that we design buildings around the world is power. Because the network switch can standardize that power, you can have the exact same systems, the exact same building anywhere in the world. That lowers your cost to operate buildings, and it lowers your cost to design buildings. I remember when PoE lighting came out 8-9 years ago, and I've always been a big supporter. As a matter of fact, even the electrical unions are big supporters at this point. But I remember talking to folks, and they would say to me, "You know what, Bob, we'll do it as soon as they can do it in New York City." With no disrespect to any other city that's listening, New York City is the most difficult market in the world to try anything new. The unions are very tough. The market is very expensive. But what's interesting today, there are more PoE lighting deployments in New York City than any other country in the world. So we've done it there. We can now do it anywhere. The network switch is a big component to intelligent buildings. Being a global harmonized standard, it almost doesn't matter what networking switch you use. But there are two technologies in the switches that I think are incredibly important. One is what's called perpetual PoE. Perpetual PoE. And all that means is the flow of power to the edge device never stops. You can do configuration changes, you can do firmware upgrades, soft reboots. You might lose the network for a few minutes, but the power won't stop. So people will never be in the dark. HVAC controllers will still work. Doors will still open and close. Fans and blinds will all still work. The only way you're going to lose power to the edge is if you lose power to the switch. And if that were the case, my assumption would be you lost power in the building, so even your AC lights would be out. But that's where the second technology comes in, and that's called fast boot PoE. What that means is as soon as power is restored to the switch, that could be a UPS backup, that could be a fossil fuel, diesel, or gas generator. As soon as power is restored to the switch, within 3 seconds, you have power back to the edge. That complies with all global emergency lighting standards. So we never have to worry about the difference between AC and PoE when it comes to life safety. So some of the top use cases when it comes to intelligent buildings, I think we've talked about energy savings quite a bit. It's very well documented. Intelligent buildings are 50% or more efficient than traditionally designed buildings. Health, productivity, and comfort. Standardized testing scores have gone up in students in K through 12. Patient recovery time has gotten smaller in the hospital space just due to intelligent building technology. Lighting applications, or I should say building applications. BIOS, building as an operating system. The ability to deploy applications on your server. Well, conference rooms are a big problem globally. 35% of conference room reservations go unused. And I can tell you from experience, almost every company I visit, it is hard to find an open conference room. And studies have shown that the optimum conference room is what we refer to as a huddle room, 2 to 6 people rooms. But companies insist on having these large 20 to 30 person boardrooms for 2 meetings a year. And if you think about that very large room, there's probably a door on each side. And when you go in this door, there's a light switch that controls everything in the room. And when you go in this side, there's a light switch controls everything in the room, just like your traditional 3-way switch. Well, what if we could optimize that space and have a divider in the middle? And when that divider closes, because we need 2 smaller spaces, automatically the switch over here only controls the lights, the AV, the HVAC, and everything on that side of the room. And automatically the switch over here only controls the lights, the HVAC, and everything else on that side of the room. And as soon as that divider opens back up, they're back to traditional 3-way switches. We can't do that with regular electricity because we're bound by physics. But when everything is IP addressed, we can do that. We talked about analytics as it pertains to maintaining the facility. Well, we can also do spatial analytics. We can put a heat map over your floor plan and we can tell you that in this area, you're using it to 80% capacity, while in another area, you might only be using it to 10% capacity. So maybe you don't need to build a new building yet, you just need to use your space differently. We can also put an energy heat map on that. And we could say, okay, you're using this area to 80% capacity. It's costing you $5 a square meter in energy. Over here, you're using 10% capacity, but for some reason, it's costing you $7 a square meter in energy. Why are we using the space less, but spending more for energy? What can we learn to lower our overall energy consumption in that building? And what can we learn to better space out our people or bring more people into a space so we don't have to build new buildings? I have one last case study for you here. This is in Toronto, Canada. And Cisco, they took over about 100,000 square feet of this building, Water Park Place. What I like about this particular case study is it is a tenant improvement space. They don't own the building. So they could not impact every system in their space, but they were able to impact HVAC, metering, lighting, closed caption TV, and access control. By doing that, they lowered their cost to build by over 10%, and they lowered their energy consumption by over $600,000 a year. Most of that being offset by the low voltage or PoE lighting system. So that's the message I wanted to share with you today. The takeaway from the Siemens company is we specialize in high performance, low voltage infrastructure, category cable, patch panels, connectivity, but we do have the expertise and the resource to help you navigate the intelligent building space and take advantage of all these amazing benefits that we talked about today.
Okay, thank you very much, Bob, for
my pleasure.
Wonderful talk. So we learned so much on your case studies.
Great, I'm happy to share them. Like I said, especially it's an honor to be talking to you all this evening.
Okay, so let's move forward to our question and answer. And our question and answer is first question is coming from Engineer Dennis Molina. What is the best management tool in the market that can manage the whole intelligent and digital building, combining all the systems in one platform if there is one?
Oh, thank you, Dennis. That actually is an excellent question. I don't know that there is a best out there, but there are certain attributes you want to look for in your integration platform. First and foremost is to be an open platform, so you're not vendor locked into that solution for the lifetime of the building. There are definitely applications in the building that are still going to require proprietary software. You need to make sure that those softwares have an open API or programming interface so that they can talk to the integration platform of your choice to pull all that together and give you that single pane of glass visibility. There are a number of different vendors in the marketplace. If you'd like me to name a couple, the two that I prefer most is one is a company called Iconics and the other is a company called Hepta Systems.
Okay, thank you. I hope Engineer Dennis answer your question. We have another one coming from Harold Gonzalez. Is Simon complies with the same security level or SIL or other similar safety functions?
Yes, is the short answer to that. I'm sorry. Thank you for asking, Harold. Yes, we comply with all global standards for every marketplace in the world. We have global manufacturing, global distribution, and we are a best-in-class infrastructure solution.
Okay, another one, Bob. What is your brand's stand on reliability, availability, maintenance ability, serviceability? Is there any RMS target?
We stand very highly. Thank you, Harold. Great question. You know, what I really like about the Seaman Company is we're a family-owned company. There was a gentleman named Carl Seaman who founded our company back in 1903, 118 years ago. We are now on the 5th generation of family leadership, still a privately owned company. And our culture is to put the customer first and to be the best, not only that we can be as people, and I really feel as an organization and as a culture, we enable that, but also in the product that we deliver to the public. So you can rest assured that our RAM is the highest in the industry. And we have not only an amazing group of regional sales managers like Angel Jimenez, but also a technical services group to respond immediately to any technical needs that our customers have. Myself as a global resource for intelligent building technologies. We have a gentleman, Gary Bernstein, who is always available for data center support. We're as high as it gets in the industry. Thank you for asking that.
Okay, thank you very much, Bob. So it's my pleasure and honor to award this Certificate of Appreciation to you, Bob. Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Rizal Chapter, Accreditation number 44, awards this Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Bob Allen for sharing his knowledge and expertise as a resource speaker on our first Global Summit 2021 on electronic safety and security, with the topic entitled Intelligent Buildings. Given this 25th day of September in the year of our Lord 2021 at the province of Rizal, Philippines, signed by our ISAP Rizal Governor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina, PECE AE. So good evening and thank you very much, Bob.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's time.
Okay. And thank you very much, Ma'am Angel, for
Thank you very much. Just visit our website www.seaman.com for more product information.
Yes.
Thank you, Ma'am Angel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. I miss you, Dennis.
See you next time.
Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good evening.
Good morning.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. And we hope, guys, we could see you on our next summit.
Be happy to.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. On our next topic for this Global Summit 2021, we will be having our very own speaker from the Philippines. So he will be introduced by our 2021 trustee, John Vic Baral, ECE. Hello, good morning. John Vic, are you there?
Good morning po.
Hello, good morning.
I am honored to introduce our next resource speaker. He is a graduate of Polytechnic University of the Philippines with a degree of Master of Science in Engineering, major in Electronics and Communications Engineering. Last May 2017. He is also a graduate of University of St. Louis, Tuguegarao, with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering, graduated last March 2005. His works experience, he became an industry lecturer, researcher at College of Engineering, and graduate school at Technological Institute of the Philippines, last November 2016 up to March 2020. He is also an associate professor, researcher at College of Engineering and Graduate School at Polytechnic University of the Philippines from June 15 to present. And now, he is a director and head of technology strategy at Globe Telecoms Incorporated, dated April 26, 2006 up to present. So let us recognize his eligibility and certifications. He is a APEC engineer. APEC register number is 006718, an ASEAN engineer, an ASEAN chartered professional engineer, a licensed professional electronics engineer with the PRC numbers 84842, and he is also a Scrum Foundation professional certificate with a certification ID number 429569393. Okay, he is also an awardee as an ASEAN Outstanding Engineering Achievement Awardee with a certificate also of merit of Order of Galileo. He is also an awardee of first APATI Guru Excellence Award for Outstanding College Instructor category. He is also an awardee of Global Youth Leadership Award 2019, an awardee also of honorary member of the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organizations, dated September 13, 2019. And also, he is an awardee of 2020 Outstanding Trained Graduate Teacher, awarded last February 2022-2020. He is also an awardee, a Globe Excellence Award for Volunteerism, awarded last October 2021-2020. And lastly, he is awardee of 2021 Exemplary Leadership in Education Outstanding Professor of the Year. Without further much ado, let us all welcome our Lodi, the Master Engineer, Gerhard Laga Tan. Sir
Thank
Hard.
you, Engineer Jan Vic, for that
Ang haba,
very
sir.
warm introduction. And nice to see you virtually. Good
Thank you,
morning,
sir.
everyone. Yeah, so I hope everyone is good and well, and you're safe despite this pandemic. It's really very challenging, and I hope that it will end soon so that we could be back face to face. So this morning's topic is something that is somewhat futuristic, but let me share some thoughts and capabilities so that we'd be able to understand and be well versed on the different technologies. We have several amazing speakers earlier, and indeed they were able to deliver about intelligent buildings and of course cabling standards, and yesterday got some discussion about 5G and other pertaining technologies to be delivered on an in-building system. So nonetheless, this morning would be another great topic about delivering next generation in-building solution. So this is primarily focused on number one, your connectivity. Number two, how would be able to synergize network with IT infrastructure and all the different sensors that will emulate within a certain building or a certain building ecosystem. So allow me to share some thoughts about how in building had been in the process of technological transformation. Okay, so from the generation where we focus on delivering SMS and voice messaging, so also your voice services as part of GSM technology that eventually was transformed now into 5G technology. So also is an understanding of the transformation from delivering connectivity straight to your home, then transforming it to deliver connectivity to buildings. And wherefore also discussed earlier, the transformation of building to become intelligent. And lastly, of course, the transformation going to delivering connectivity
I thought you were gonna
to the
text me when you were leaving.
community or the city.
I thought you were gonna text
So
me
let's
when you were leaving
understand
Astro.
let's understand how pandemic had accelerated, the digital innovation and transformation. So during the pre-pandemic times, most of us are into face-to-face,
It is
not
what
so
it is.
much are doing distance learning and education. So to date, because of the impact of the pandemic, the access towards connectivity through the use of internet became a vital part of our everyday life, and in turn it supported online learning or distance learning, and likewise also shaping the ecosystem to accelerate now the use of mobile apps for banking, online shopping, and all other transactions that really entail the use of internet. And likewise also, it played a very vital role because everyone is at home. Like most of us are working from home. So during our me time, we resort into watching Netflix, YouTube, accessing our data, the internet in itself. And so this leverage us to take advantage of this media and content that we have straight to our handy phone. So look at reality, like this is what the pandemic had caused us. But we should not be ending there. We should leverage on technology that will now in turn, help us to become efficient and to grow. And nonetheless, as what we are doing webinars as part of continuing professional development. So the big question is, where is mostly the data traffic? So where is the concentration? Of course, it can be in our residential houses, convergent areas like MRTs, LRTs, and even other meeting place. So even corporate buildings, as some are also going back to their office. So they're now increasing the traffic inside this corporate building. Even shopping malls, despite its pandemic, people still go to the mall to buy basic necessities. And of course, others who are working there. So that translates now into the need to deliver connectivity. Likewise, also, most people are staying inside the condominium. So there is the need to really efficiently provide them with a quality internet access. Otherwise, a lot of customer complain. So think about the whole infrastructure. Like people are really into accessing the internet as a basic necessity to work, to continue their life, and to have fun virtually. So let's define now the different types of building. So basically, we have to categorize it into Number one, on a vertical point of view. Number two, on a horizontal point of view. So let's understand focusing on the vertical types of building. We recall when we say low-rise building, these are buildings that are first to fifth floor. Of course, the mid-rise building, these are basically 6th to 15th floor. High-rise building, these are basically 16th to 25th floor, or 35th floor, I should say. So nonetheless, 35th to 71st or 70th floor, these are categorized as super high-rise building. And lastly, those belonging to 71st or higher, are what we call skyscraper. So I'm sure most of you have seen a lot of these buildings in BGC and Makati areas, those located in the central business district. So defining also on the horizontal point of view, the type of building that are scattered across, horizontally expanded. Okay, this is what we call the horizontal type of buildings, the likes of major shopping malls, stadiums, hospitals, sports centers, seaports, airports, and those community city malls, bars and restaurants. Okay, of course, those are the different types of horizontal buildings where even people still up to date converge despite of the pandemic. And more importantly, is delivering connectivity inside the hospital. As up until now, there's still a lot of COVID-19 cases. People that are hospitalized needs to communicate also to their family. That's why connectivity plays really a vital role. Doctors to communicate to each other, and also those automated systems inside the hospital that needs either wired connectivity or wireless connectivity. So revisiting now the different, completed tallest building in the country. So to name some are the likes of the Federal Land Grand Hyatt building located in BGC. So I've been also there in PBCom Tower. Trump Tower is new to me. Well, the Gramercy Residences, very famous on my side because I've been there on the 71st floor. They call that one Bar 71. I hope still open up until today. But it's very famous because you can see the whole Makati CBD and likewise also the whole metropolis. So it's very beautiful. So these are the kind of buildings that we have here in the country. So that in way we could show also that we have these skyscrapers. Okay, differentiating the different solutions, okay, that really is needed to form part as the differentiating factors on the different layers of providing coverage solution to buildings and to any kind of environment. So one on the foundational layer is bringing connectivity straight to the home or small office or small conference room that needs coverage, because in those area really it may be there's no nearby cell site covering those buildings. So we need the specialized solution, what we call femtocell. Femtocell are really small output power type of device and usually connected through your home solutions like fiber to the home or the VDSL line, because DSL line had been retired for some time. So this will provide 3G and connectivity and 4G connectivity. So we elevate into bringing in Wi-Fi. Why we included Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi is a wireless solution that brings about broadband connectivity straight to our home. Interfacing now from your fiber to the home then a Wi-Fi access point inside your houses or condos. Then also, aside from fiber to the home, also VDSL line, where you are subscribed to like 25 Mbps, 10 Mbps, or even 50 Mbps subscription. But of course, on a faster throughput, we should utilize fiber to the home. Okay, so another on a bigger ecosystem is what we call the distributed antenna system. On another topic, we've been discussing about passive distributed antenna system. So there's no amplifier that will now boost the signals, purely passive cable, and your RRU that will bring in the RF signal towards the different distributed antennas across the different floor of the building. Another form will be the active distributed antenna system, or active DAS, where there is the interface from your RRU going to a remote hub, main hub to remote hub, where in principle, a fiber optic cable will now replace your passive coaxial cable, and likewise also delivering hybrid passive active distributed antenna system, a combination now of a hybrid passive DAS plus active DAS. So this in turn, your BBU will remain in your telecom room while interfacing via fiber towards your radio remote unit that is distributed for every 3 to 4 floors of your building. This specifically are designed for high-rise and skyscraper, similar to an active DAS system. Passive DAS is basically used for buildings like high-rise and super high-rise, because the problem with passive DAS is that coaxial really have a very high attenuation as you go far away from the RRU. So of course, basic law of physics, your coaxial cable, it attenuates at a far distance from the source. So whilst your fiber optic cable, once you replace it, once you replace your coaxial, will now turn to become a lossless type of cable system that will definitely bring in more output power towards the different floor. Thus, more efficient and of course providing better coverage and quality of signal. And of course, these are the mixed bits and pieces of the distributed antenna system. Then we go on delivering now what we call a small cell solution, okay, or a mixture of a microcell for outdoor. So this inform will provide now additional capacity. Small cell solutions are mid towards a femtocell versus a macrocell. So this provides now a maximum of 10 watts output power. So your small cells key objective is to augment capacity and to extend somehow your coverage. And bringing in on an umbrella coverage solution is what we call the macrocell. So it can be that your macrocell will not only provide coverage within a community or a rural environment, but rather it will also provide an extended coverage and capacity inside the building. We call that one macro covering indoor. So especially those that are low-rise building and residential houses, macrocell can be of great help in providing coverage in those type of environment. Please take note that building in an in-building solution, the likes of a distributed antenna system, is a bit expensive, and a huge capex is needed to deliver and implement such kind of solution. Even the small cell or microcell solution really entails a lot of costs. So this in turn will be the different layers of solution matrix that we employ in delivering connectivity to different types of building, both vertical or horizontal. So furthermore to this discussion, is now an in-depth about in-building solution. When we say in-building solution, it's basically a device, a telecommunication solution that will now provide a coverage and distribute the signal towards the different floors depending on the network operator or provider. Okay, so aside from the telecommunication solution is the integration of other systems within the building that requires now connectivity. Okay, aside from bringing in distributed antenna system, also Wi-Fi as being an important broadband solution and integrating other solutions within the building, like the building management system, fire detection and alarm system, also the video surveillance and analytics. And likewise, also bringing in into a wider ecosystem. So from metering to different sensors, those solutions requiring connectivity as being part of the in-building solution. So moving on is, as I explained earlier about distributed antenna system that comes into three types, passive DAS, active DAS, and hybrid passive active DAS. So there's also what we call the convergence of two operator, what we call common DAS. So there's an IDAS that is delivered or implemented basically individually by each telco operator. And there are also buildings where we implemented what we call common DAS. When you say common DAS, there is a synergy between the two or three operator through what we call multi-operator combining system. So that multi-operator combining system have different ports depending on the technology that the operator will implement to the building. So these are in the form of 2G, 3G, 4G, and now 5G. 5G is another different infrastructure on top of the distributed antenna system. Because number one, why it was separated, it's because of the capability of the antenna system to operate up to the maximum of 27 megahertz, whilst 3G operate on 3.5 gigahertz of spectrum band. So therefore, you need to augment to capacitate the building by integrating additional layer on a 5G network. 5G in the form of small cell solution as being the reason because of, number one, augment capacity. Number two, the signal, the operating band that 3G operates is on 3.5G. Okay, recall, laws of physics, lambda is equal to speed of light over frequency. The higher the operating band, the shorter the coverage footprint. The lower the operating band, the wider the coverage footprint. Therefore, in those areas needing capacity where it's a convergent floor or maybe a lot of employees are staying, that's where it's a good location, good candidate where you could deploy also to augment capacity and provide extended coverage by implementing 5G. Of course, there are a lot of beautiful, services that will be offered soon, later as part of my presentation. So moving on is that we need to augment existing 2G, 3G, 4G capacity, especially in corporate buildings, hospitals, or even in big convergent areas where a lot of people converge. Because the capacity is just limited. So an additional layer through the implementation of small cell solution will definitely address the pain point of high traffic utilization of that site within a certain building. In turn, small cell will now address those pain points. And likewise also, this will now provide you an extended coverage and additional capacity. So as to these customers in those buildings that are high traffic areas will have a better quality of experience. So on top of that one is the foundational layer, which is the home. So there are challenges also, especially on those high-end villages where there's a need to provide, additional coverage and extended capacity. Because this basically, in those houses where it's made of bricks, thick walls, where the macro outdoor cannot penetrate in those houses. So there's a challenge and difficulty actually that the signal will be able to be penetrated inside these houses. So alternatively, people can subscribe through what we call fiber to the home or VDSL line and through Wi-Fi access. And of course, delivering Femto solution. So Femto provides you with voice, SMS, and data service, but it only operates on 3G and 4G. All right. So these are very small mobile phone base station. So it only covers a small foot area. I mean, small area like your a guest room or also your small office within that big house that you have. Then Femtocell is a solution. This also can be used for small office, okay, where it's really weak to no signal inside those areas. So I'll move forward into understanding Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi had significantly improved and also evolved in time. So similarly to a 3GPP standards of 2G, 3G, 4G, and now we have 5G, Wi-Fi had evolved also from Wi-Fi 4, 5, and now we have Wi-Fi 6. Okay, these are IEEE 802.11 standard. Okay, focusing on AX to date, that is Wi-Fi 6, that utilizes now 2.4 gig and 5 gig unlicensed band. Okay, providing people with, a better balance between coverage and capacity, and increasing also the channels that are available for you to be able to utilize. So aside from that, your device should be able to operate, okay, on Wi-Fi AX or Wi-Fi 6. Otherwise, you won't be able to experience the benefit of Wi-Fi 6. Else, most people, they have Wi-Fi 5, that's IEEE 802.11 AC. So similarly, it operates on 2.4 gig and 5 gig unlicensed band. So the difference between 6 and 5 is 6 has more channels available for you to utilize. So all these things can be delivered in straight to your houses, to your condos, or even to corporate buildings, especially for private networks or local area networks within your building or office. So Wi-Fi is the key in delivering broadband coverage solution. So let's go straight to our home. This is now where the foundational layer of the society is. And take note, connectivity plays a very important role, okay, in making sure that we are closer to each other, despite maybe your parents are working abroad or your loved one is far from you and you have a distant relationship. And likewise also, when we are enrolled to our graduate school, master's or PhD program, we need connectivity in order to access the internet. That's why network is the most important factor in all this ecosystem to be synergized and for you to access the internet. So look at on a bigger perspective. Connectivity can be delivered via fiber to the home, okay, or your VDSL line. So your fiber to the home, there's a cabinet outside and fiber optic cable is connected towards your optical data unit. Okay, that will be your access or gateway towards the internet. You may be subscribed on a 100 Mbps or 50 Mbps or even lower, but I highly recommend you should subscribe to 100 Mbps, especially when you are a gamer, when your children are really fun into watching Netflix, those Korean novellas, those K-pop dramas. Okay, so all these things are an important element, that we need to consider in our subscription towards our fiber line. Okay, so we need to consider how many are working from home. You, your wife, your children playing and studying also through distant learning. So really subscribe to the maximum bandwidth available. Okay, so aside from having your fiber to the home, then interface via the access point, what we call the Wi-Fi access point. And take note, I have a reminder that when you are using, Wi-Fi CPEs, it must be on open area so that you would be able to really access, because some of the challenges, especially in condominium, especially when it's multiple barrier or multiple rooms. Okay, so Wi-Fi signal has a challenge in terms of signal penetration, especially on rooms that are far from the CPE. So that's why you have a problem in terms of quality and accessing the internet. So also, alternatively is the connectivity towards your wireless network. So your 3G, your 4G, and your 5G today. Some are using their mobile phone to be tethered to another laptop or another device for them to be able to access the internet. Okay, and some are using straight directly their mobile phone to access the net. The key thing here is that you must have a good, LTE or 5G signal for you to be able to experience the benefit of such technology. And likewise, also be able to, that your phone should be able to operate and compliant to those technologies, so that in turn, you will be able to experience the benefit of 5G and also 4G LTE. There are some also subscribe or having with them their broadband Wi-Fi, okay, that utilizes LTE signal. So they resort on a small prepaid Wi-Fi kit and then subscribe towards the LTE. Okay, so inside our home, especially those who are tech savvy here, they use other, devices to automate, their houses. So part of this automation is now the use of what we call sensors and different solutions, the like of security camera to secure their houses, okay, a smart outlets also, and smart plug, okay, that they use to automate and monitor, aside from the power metering that they have to monitor their power consumption and deliver an efficient, efficient energy consumption. Okay, so Moving on also is the use of what we call multi-purpose sensors. Okay, this will help you, address efficiency, and likewise also to automate your home. So one of which is like temperature sensor to reduce the temperature if your aircons really has a lower temperature and it's getting cold, so it will significantly reduce, okay, and increase the temperature so that it will still go into balance to experience to realize an ambient temperature. Okay, why Wi-Fi hub is an important device that is needed to synergize each and every devices or sensors that you have. This is now your connectivity platform that will interconnect each and every sensors that you have. Actually, Globe is offering what we call the Samsung SmartThings that at bare minimum, you have your cameras, outlet, multi-purpose sensors, and other. And notwithstanding, of course, your user interface, or in your mobile app, you could monitor now the different activities of these sensors or devices that you had integrated into your houses. Especially for security camera, you could view in your handy phone, okay, the situation, especially when you are working in the office, not working from home, you would be able to monitor, okay, the activity inside your house. So also, if you forget like putting the lights inside your condominium unit, so with the use of this sensor, when you are already in the mall, you just open, okay, the mobile app and put the lights off. Then it will automatically put the lights off. So these are the wonderful things that digital technologies can bring, and it creates now a sustainable ecosystem. So from efficiency to automation to even providing, an opportunity to make our houses, compliant to green sustainable solution. So it's all about, reducing carbon footprint and making our houses efficient. All right. So some of which that we need to really think about is it's not only about sensors being integrated straight to our homes, all this home automation technology, but the data that is being gathered. So with the power of the data that these sensors collect, we'd be able to deliver now what we call the data analytics. Okay, taking into opportunity those raw informations that are collected by each and every sensor and it's being processed, it will now help us understand behaviors. So one of which is like, for example, on power metering and water metering. On the customer side, me being the customer, I had implemented this metering solution into my house. I would be able to monitor my daily, weekly, monthly, and even all year round consumption for both power and water. I would be able to monitor also if there are pilferage, if there are those people who are tapping into my water system, to my electrical system. So these are the key, key solutions and opportunity for us, from the automation, delivering now the translation through data analytics, and be able for a customer to understand, okay, the behavior of each and every system, so that you'll be able now to really budget, okay, your salary that I need to budget this for grocery, for payment of my water and electrical bill. So all these things will really help the customer through what we call insightings. And this, through the power of data analytics, this raw data are being processed and eventually, translated into an actual business insights or data insights. So this will help customer, and efficiently maximize his capabilities, financial capabilities. So think about it. Within your home or house, you can transform it through the power of the Internet of Things. You automate it and be able to experience, the benefit of such automation. So aside from the example that I've cited, also bringing in sustainability. How? You have your solar PV on your rooftop. So this will help you reduce also your payment to Meralco, payment to other local cooperative. And you could also monitor how the solar PV will be able to deliver power straight to your home. So on top of those, as I've discussed earlier, the different home automation solution, monitoring the temperature, humidity, and also safeguarding your home through the camera. So before we used to say it's CCTV camera, it had evolved into providing, video surveillance and analytics that has the capability to capture images of faces and verify if you are indeed really the person who owned that home. So it will not open the door that is capable for door security. With the power of the video surveillance and analytics camera that is situated on your entrance of your house door, then you would be able to maximize and secure, your houses. So nonetheless, think about IoT. It's not only the device, but also delivering now the capability for data analytics with the power of cloud computing, where you could store all the information, and with the processing that will now entail artificial intelligence to translate those informations that were collected by the sensor and be able to transform it into a usable information. From a raw data, is that you'd be able to transform those raw data into usable one. So that's the most important part of leveraging into artificial intelligence.
Your focus on rigging di pa rin mo skill mo dapat magsugod sa ka sa basic figure. I can rescale.
Okay, so with the power of big data, that you will now integrate as part of the whole end-to-end IoT ecosystem or solution, you'd be able to transform this into a usable information that will now be used not only by the customer, but also to business owner, to corporate owners, okay, and also to data scientists that will help them, understand behaviors, conditions, actual environmental insights, and likewise also to be able to translate this information that will now provide you with a solution to address certain problem, certain challenges that are experienced within the area where the sensors are deployed. So putting into perspective also is now the bigger picture of leveraging the capability of IoT, connectivity, big data through AI, and then refining this information, and will in turn now provide, an impact in terms of economic development and also better organization of systems being deployed. And also on a wider view, when you deploy IoT, especially on manufacturing firm and industrial entities, so the use of robot, the use of other automated devices will help realize now efficiency from manpower, finance, to even the whole process. So it's all about enabling automation, bringing in such solution, and now the data that is so powerful to really help you, refine your solution to address certain pain points. So it's all about transforming from your home towards now becoming a bigger level intelligent building. So when you say intelligent building, as discussed earlier by Bill, it's known also as a smart building, where you got to use now IoT sensors. Okay, you automate several solutions or devices inside the building through the use of building management system, energy management system, and all other facilities like fire detection and alarm, securing the building through video surveillance and analytics, and even providing access control. And nonetheless also, paving the way to bring in a convergent solution, connecting each and every devices into the whole IT infrastructure, synergizing it to become an intelligent building. It's an interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary effort to integrate both the IT component and the network component, synergizes one to manage the operation of the building, providing efficiency, sustainability, and more so, securing the building. So these are the key elements that an intelligent building will deliver. Okay, once you deploy different solutions, from IoT sensor to the different component. So it now improves efficiency and providing sustainability and a solid foundation of IoT connectivity. So from your devices to the connectivity layer to your IT infrastructure in the form of an IoT platform, plus augmented with your user interface that will now function to monitor each and every component within that building, as I emphasize. And lastly, it will bring cost efficiency because you're gonna now monitor your power consumption through the power of power metering, and of course your water through water metering, the different sensors to control the operation of the building. So in turn, no process will be redundant, no process will really become inefficient. So everything will now bring in a more efficient mode of operation. So from the bare device that is being implemented to the building to the data being collected in each and every sensor, and then it will be processed at the user interface side, you would visualize now each and every statistics from your power consumption, water consumption, building management, operation, lift operation, okay, access control. You can view people moving out and moving inside your building, and notwithstanding also securing it. Okay, both securing the building and securing the information. Okay, that all this information that you had collected from the sensor will now in turn be able to be maximized and secured through your IT infrastructure. It's all about bringing in also a better, aesthetic of the building to make it green and compliant, okay, to LEED standards. So sometimes architects and engineers forget that when they say intelligent building, we're not only talking about automating it. We're talking also of providing, green solutions, green type of environment. Okay, where people, where customers, and even visitors would be able to feel safe, okay, and feel the good ambience, relaxing ambience of that building. I can say that we have also few in here in the Philippines, especially those located in BGC and Makati. I've known for few buildings, the like of Zuelig. I recall that's the first green building that was built, and also our corporate building, the Globe Tower. These are LEED compliant buildings that are really adhering towards an intelligent building ecosystem. So these are the key standards that we need to follow from an ANSI BICSI standard for the design of an intelligent building, best practices to an ISO standard in terms of cabling such a premise where you will be implementing an intelligent ecosystem, and ANSI TIA standard for the structured cabling infrastructure standards that we need to follow. And likewise also from an information technology point of view, where this distributed building services will be stitched and synergized. And lastly, on an NFPA standard complying on, of course, safety and cabling safety and ratings. So these are just few of the many standards that we need to follow to develop, implement, and create an intelligent building solution. So these are a key framework or criteria that was discussed also earlier by Bill, but I just want to emphasize why I had put it in here is now the connectivity. So you cannot, independently operate each and every segment. So each and every device should have a unified solution, be it, connected via fiber, via Cat5 or Cat6, or via what we call narrowband IoT, leveraging on LTE technology capability. And in the future, we're gonna maximize the opportunity of what we call 5G. So these are the stages of building automation. In the old buildings, basically there is what we call an individual building management system. So each building management has its own connectivity. So like, for example, you're monitoring your elevator, it's connected via Cat5 or Cat6 or even fiber on a bigger or wider scale, and then also another different connectivity for your fire detection and alarm, for your access control. Okay, it's not unified. Now, we bring into a mid-scale solution what we call partially integrated BMS, where there is now interconnectivity, but it's only taught through a front end and a back end. Like there are specialized software that will now synergize your different building management devices. And also, there's still distinction between each and every capability. But to unify everything is what we call fully integrated IoT-enabled building management system. It's more open, and then of course the devices on the devices level, they are now synergized. They are now fully integrated to communicate to each other. They are connected, be it on the form of wireless or wired connectivity. So there are few use cases where they were able to successfully implement this kind of solution through the use of EMTC or narrowband IoT. So later, as part of my slide, I'll be sharing what's the differences between those tools and other connectivity layer. But the most important element that we need to consider in building automation is the synergy. Okay, the synergy to combine each and every devices into a single architecture. So even the energy management system should also be collectively connected through an ecosystem, through a connectivity layer. So the whole promise is not just about automation. It's not just about bringing in, data, the functionality of converged network and IT, and likewise also providing now power and other efficiencies. But nonetheless, the promise on reducing now the energy consumption and reducing carbon dioxide footprint. So this is the most important end goal we want to achieve. Why we are automating all these things. So why we are delivering now IoT to create an intelligent ecosystem, to create a green compliant building. So that's our end goal, to really reduce the carbon footprint. So it's about bringing in sustainability, environmental sustainability with the use of digital solutions or digital innovative technologies. So it even works actually by integrating now AI. AI and machine learning coupled with the IoT solutions that we integrate in the intelligent building will help us leverage on fine-tuning, and putting in the intelligence to these IoT devices. Example, aircon inside the office. If no one is there, no one's working, so it will now significantly reduce the aircon, okay? Or put off the aircon. Lights, lighting system. So if no one is inside the office, like for example, in our building, pre-pandemic, when there's no one during nighttime, during 7 o'clock, it will now automatically shuts down the light of identified floors. Those common floors like ground floor and the second floor, it will still retain, but there is a dimming effect. So with the power of AI, it will now really provide the capability not only for the sensor to sense that there are people or there are no people already working, then it will significantly reduce the lighting power or how it will dim the light rather. So with that, you'd be able to leverage on the capability of such solutions to help leverage on efficiency. Also, during those times where there are not much people working at the office, then it will only operate one elevator. So the rest of the 5, because it's 3-3, then the remaining 5 elevator will just be shut down. Only one elevator will function. Of course, your fire exit is another different story and ecosystem where, of course, it will automatically open once there's a fire alarm that fire that will happen. So these are just few of the many synergies, okay? During design and implementation of building, engineers and architects will need to look into good building materials to really adhere into green ecosystem, or design the building in such a way that it won't need much of the air condition, but rather it is designed for a proper air ventilation and proper lighting effect, so that in turn it will now reduce the number of bulbs that you'll be implementing, and it will become more efficient. So these are important elements that we need to consider to deliver an intelligent building. All right. So further to discuss about IoT, this is the network architecture of IoT. So from device sensor to your connectivity layer, to platform, and to the user interface. So your device, these are basically your handy phone, maybe your wearables, and those temperature sensors, humidity sensors, and all other IoT automation devices that are being integrated into your building. So these devices or sensor will then connect to an identified connectivity layer, depending on the use case or purpose of the device. So it can be operating on a Bluetooth, like your wearable is capable of Bluetooth to be interfacing to your handy phone. So in turn, you would view in your handy phone all the different vital statistics or vital parameters about your heart rate, okay, blood sugar, sweating condition, temperature, all these things. So inside your houses, your automated home solution, your sensors that are implemented inside your house can interface towards the Wi-Fi network. Okay, so that at the user interface side, you'd be able to view the behavior, okay, the condition of your house, on the environmental condition, on the usage, power and water, security, securing your home. So all these things. And lastly, also can be in the form of LTE, okay, through narrowband IoT that operates on LTE frequency that requires only a very few bandwidth, small bandwidth, I should say. That's like 180 kilohertz to 200 kilohertz. Whereas for your EMTC, that's for mobility, okay, it will operate on a 1 megahertz systems bandwidth that requires now at up to 1 Mbps of system speed. So it's not included in there also the use of Cat5 and fiber solution. This is for the wired technology that as of today still most building utilizes that one. So some are exploring into how they would be able to maximize the opportunity of cellular connectivity inside their building with the use of Wi-Fi and LTE, and soon 5G. So your platform is the heart of the whole ecosystem. It's the one that controls now, manage, and monitor each and every devices deployed inside your building. The platform plays a vital role in now understanding, okay, the and managing the devices. So the latter part of the whole network architecture is what we call the user interface. This in turn will let you view as the customer or as the user, okay, the different parameters and statistics collected by your sensor or device. So moving on is this will now give you a better view actually on how the devices in turn will be connected through a synergized unified platform. So regardless of the type of devices, for as long as its protocol operates based on acceptable like MQTT, So these are a few functionality to interface each and every sensor. The platform will now capture, okay, the different information connected by the sensor. Then at your user interface, this can be, by the way, the platform can be housed, okay, inside the cloud or a certain server within the operator premise. But of course, within the connectivity layer, there should be like LTE signal or Wi-Fi inside the corporate building, or especially inside your home. So those especially that are deployed within the premise of your houses, they are connected via cloud. Okay. So the user interface plays an important role also for us to view, for us to be able to provide control, provide now an understanding of the raw data that are being collected. And then on the user interface side is now the transform, okay, information that was translated, that hey, you have a power consumption of like this one, the temperature adjusted at 27 degrees Celsius at this time period, or it was because it's very hot during noontime, it is adjusted to, let's say, 18 degrees Celsius, something like. Okay, so a clearer view on the data that are being collected. And this is an example of a view that you could see on a user interface side. So you do control mechanism, you do monitoring, and also an automatic notification, especially when there are automatic adjustment. So the likes of control of aircon, control of the elevator, control of or monitoring of your areas from your lobby, concierge, to even up to the workplace. So all these things can be viewed in the user interface that are integrated into one single application. So you just need to tick, okay, at identified device that you want to see, you want to control, you want to analyze and to check, okay, the statistics, then it is synergized into the user interface. So all the data collected by the sensor are stored in your cloud, are processed within your IoT platform, and can be viewed through your user interface. So building the home of the future will give you a grasp of how do you see your houses.
Let's stroll into the living room of the future. Now, immediately, this room identifies you and taps into a cloud-based profile of preferences like climate control, music, lighting, and decor. Had a long day at work? The room knows based on the calendar app on your phone and biosensors that detect the stress via blood pressure and heart rate. So it turns off the rockabilly surf guitar you usually listen to and switches to a more soothing classical music. From environmental sensors outside and maybe even worn within your clothing itself, it knows it was snowing earlier, so the climate control begins to crank up the heat in anticipation as you walk through the door. Now, on the software side, we're talking about algorithms that are so sophisticated, they may be able to predict what you want before you know you even wanted it. So when you walk to the refrigerator, it tells you not only what's in there, it tells you what you can make with the stuff you already have. And it's already telling you what's inside and what's the perfect meal based upon your mood, your activity level, and maybe even, well, your weight loss plan for some of us. As for how many objects could be connected to the internet, well, consider this. The latest version of Internet Protocol, IPv6, creates more potential addresses than there are atoms on the surface of the Earth. So we're going to live in a world completely filled with sensors, with data, reacting to us, changing every moment dependent upon our needs. I'm no longer going to be asking you, hey, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite music? I'm going to ask you, what's your reality like? I know what mine is when I walk into my house, how the world reacts to me, but how does it react to you? This is more than philosophy. It's more than technology. It is altering reality as we know it. And it's all regulated by the Internet of Things.
See how we will foresee the home of the future. So the big question is, what awaits us? So moving on, as technology grows, as we embrace digitalization, and as we feel and benefit in each and every connectivity platform and connectivity solutions that we have, it's all about bringing in the concept of connect anything and anyone, anywhere. So that translates into a robust, signal across. You have a seamless coverage footprint from your 2G, 3G, Wi-Fi, 4G, and also your 5G. It's all about, bringing in a complete coverage within the whole community. So that in turn translate now into number one, building more site. Number two, adopting more digital solution, integrating IoT across. And lastly, also building fiber. Why I emphasize fiber? Because fiber is your transport backhaul that will provide you with an ample capacity going to the central office. So we do fast forward, looking at the future is now the transformation from your foundational unit, that's your home, to a mid-scale layer, that's your intelligent building. And now defining the whole architecture of what we call intelligent city. The use of digital technology that will be enabled across different segments of the community, fully automated, integrated into the IoT platform, and synergized ecosystem, combining both network and IT capability. So this will significantly provide efficiency by reducing cost and consumption also of each and every resources, and catering now the different connectivity layer that is required for the sensors that you had deployed, from metering to control to even traffic management to intelligent bin, intelligent trash can, video surveillance and analytics system for safe city, and all other digital technology. Let's not forget that each and every device requires now what we call connectivity. 5G had enriched, our broadband experience, bringing in through what we call the enhanced mobile broadband, higher capacity, higher speed, lower latency. For us to be able to play our favorite game inside our houses, and likewise also watching movies while we are on transit, going to our destination, be it going to the office or going to the mall. So enriching now the power of connectivity, bringing in LTE, 5G, and other access solution. Your Wi-Fi 6 will definitely be an important broadband solution inside our houses. With 5G moving on, sooner or later, once we have an enriched use cases, we'll experience the capability of massive machine type communication, integrating millions of devices into one connectivity layer called 5G. And sooner or later, even manufacturing firms and other solutions for live online surgery and robot doing the surgery that requires ultra reliable low latency. That's with 5G. So with intelligent city transformation, we could manage the traffic through intelligent traffic management system by bringing in now a complete package of monitoring vehicle flow, contactless apprehension, and understanding traffic condition. Okay, providing intelligent information that you can route your vehicle on this road because it's less traffic here. You could go in here. You could drive on this one. Other than that is the power of IoT to deliver now from your main grid. IoT will control the distribution going to your houses and building. With power metering and even water metering solution that will provide efficiency for you to monitor, okay, your consumption, and in turn also control and regulate now, okay, especially that it has the analytics, it has the intelligence to compute, to calculate how much energy is only needed, okay, and the rest should be diverted to other segment. On top of this, that one, maybe it would be so futuristic, the driverless cars, okay, driverless cars. So these are just few of the future promises. But to date, we can leverage now on the power of IoT using LTE. These are the key, connectivity layers that we can utilize for each and every sensor, like temperature sensor, humidity sensor, sensors that control your building from your elevator to lighting to all other, okay, solutions that deem available to provide automation. So the key ecosystem and end result of this one is providing a sustainable community that adheres towards delivering green solution. So this also will improve not only how objects communicate to objects, but nonetheless the well-being of the citizen. So it will reduce also stress pressures, and that in turn will provide a better, health satisfaction to each and every citizen within that community. And lastly, securing them. With the power of video analytics and facial recognition, this will also provide you a safe city environment that will understand and provide insights to police officers that the person entering the mall is a criminal. So it will reinforce the police to go in there to really capture this criminal. For the travelers, for those people who go to mall, who go to their offices, okay, your intelligent parking management system will also play an important role for you to efficiently identify which parking is available to your destination. From the time you book, okay, your parking reservation while driving towards your destination, your intelligent parking management system will assist you, will help you to be there, to allocate a specific parking slot for you. And this will reduce your time to really move around and find for available parking system. So these are just few of the use cases that IoT and automated solution can bring in to make our life easier. So as a whole ecosystem also is that the one that will now process those collected information will be your IoT platform that will be situated to your data center or even subscribe to the cloud where everything is embedded within the servers in your data center. So each and every vertical and horizontal IoT applications or solution, or even going to the different connectivity layer, will form part of the whole ecology or ecosystem of what we call intelligent city solution that will really help address community pain points. Each one of you, I'm sure, has all, or if not, a few of these pain points that we want to address with the use of technology.
Is your heart ready for chasing the impossible? Can you see clearly for chasing the impossible? Hold out your hand closer than ever. Nothing's unreachable. It gets even better. Your dreams are far. Your wishes are stars. Is all you can imagine. Starts now. Starts
So with that, I'm Engineer Gerard Tan. With the power of technology, we would be able to achieve our goals and aspirations to make our environment clean, sustainable, efficient with the power of technology. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone.
So thank you very much, Engineer Gerard, for imparting our valuable knowledge to our participants, to our global participants in this matter. So thank you. We are proceeding to our question and answer portion. So, Engineer Gerard, there is no question on the Zoom chat box, but if they do have their questions, do you have your email address so that they could email a question?
Sure, you could chat me in my Facebook Messenger, Hardtan, or you could email me at gptan@globe.com.ph. So I hope that you are inspired, because the topic is really a bit futuristic, but we are on the journey, achieving this kind of technological solution. Even in the Philippines, we are really climbing towards the technological ladder. That's why I can say that we are not lagging against the other ASEAN countries. So we are also moving into this kind of technological breakthrough. So I hope that us being an electronics engineers, we play really a vital role in bringing technology in addressing community pain points.
Okay, thank you very much. So please allow me, it's my honor and pleasure to award this Certificate of Appreciation, Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Rizal Chapter, Accreditation number 44, would like to award this Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Gerard Tan for having shared his knowledge and expertise as a resource speaker on our first virtual Global Summit 2021 on electronics, safety, and security, with the topic entitled Delivering Next Generation in Building Solutions, given this 25th day of September in the year of our Lord 2021 at Province of Rizal, Philippines, signed by our 2021 ISAP Rizal Governor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina, PECE, AE. So again, thank you very much, Engineer Gerard, for
Thank you very
imparting
much. Thank you very
And
much to Engineer Ron and Engineer Dennis Molina for inviting me and sharing this important information about technology. So I wish you all the best, everyone, with ICEP Rizal chapter and all others who are watching here. I look forward seeing you in the next couple of webinars. And be safe, keep safe, and have a wonderful life journey. With that, thank you, and God bless us all.
okay, thank you very much. And we hope, Engineer Gerard, we could see you on our next summit. So guys, that's all for the topics that we have in the morning session. So we have our raffle. So I know, guys, you are excited for the raffle, but this raffle has mechanics. So for this raffle, we have this Facebook page of our sponsors. So this Facebook page was posted a while ago in the Zoom chat box. So you can take a look at there. So for Hochiki Asia Pacific, we have www.facebook.com/Hochiki Asia Pacific. Two is www.facebook.com/Atlas Circuits. We have another one is from Merit Lilin, www.facebook.com/Merit Lilin. 4 is we have www.com/Honeywell. 5 is Facebook page of the AWS Gentech, or the www.facebook.com/AWS Gentech. We have another one from Simon, www.facebook.com/Simon Asia Pacific. And then we have our next batch. So we have the Phil Soares Ventures. We have their Facebook account, www.facebook.com/pbgi.ph. We have another one from the Dawa. From Dawa, their Facebook page is www.facebook.com/Dawa Technology Philippines. We have from yesterday, Telegartner. Their Facebook page is www.facebook.com/Telegartner. We have another one coming from Fluke Networks. Their Facebook page is www.facebook.com/Fluke Networks. Another one is from the IT Depot Incorporated. Their Facebook page is www.facebook.com/IT Depot Incorporated, or Inc. for that matter. We have last but definitely not the least from our sponsors, we have Circuit Solutions Philippines. Their Facebook page is www.facebook.com/Circuit Solutions PH. So there, guys, are the Facebook page of our sponsors. So for us to claim our prize for this round of raffle, you have to send us a proof of that you like their page. So you can send a screenshot of it on our ICEP Rizal Facebook page chapter. So here we go, guys. For this round, we are giving 5 pieces of face mask from Telegartner or IT Depot, 1 piece of laptop bag courtesy of Dawa or PBGI, and lastly, for this round, we have 7 pieces of shirts coming from IT Depot and Simon. So let's get this wheel rolling, guys. Okay, let me share the wheel. So a while ago during our presentation, I hope, guys, you can see my list of attendees. So a while ago, we extract all the participants on this webinar or global summit for that matter. Then we paste it here. So guys, here you go, all the names. So for this round, we are giving 5 pieces of face mask. So guys, let's get this wheel spinning. If you guys can see my wheel, can you acknowledge it on the Zoom chat box? Okay, so let's start our raffle prizes. Okay, thank you, Vicarlo and Myra Fe, for acknowledging. So we have our first name. So who's the lucky one who will win the face mask?
Raffle.
Okay, we have the first lucky winner of face mask, Federico Aquino. So congratulations, Federico, for winning a face mask. So we have another one. Another face mask. So again, Federico, give us a screenshot of you liking their pages and send it to the ISEP Result Chapter Facebook page. So we have another face mask given to Jerome Bugahon. So congratulations, Engineer Jerome, for winning a face mask. Then we have another one, a face mask again. Okay, guys, can you give us some thoughts on our first global summit? We would like to hear from you guys. You can type your shout out from the Zoom chat box. Okay, we have another winner, Ernie Espinosa for the face mask. And for our fourth face mask, so who's the lucky one? And then we're spinning our wheel. So congratulations to Jason Israel for winning our fourth face mask. So we have our last face mask for this round. So guys, we have our last face mask going to Romeo Justo Jr. So guys, we have another set, one laptop bag. And for the one laptop bag, who's the lucky one for this laptop bag? Okay, we have Emmanuel Lapus for the laptop bag. So again, guys, we would like to remind you guys for the winners, please like, share our sponsors' Facebook page. Then we are giving our set of t-shirts. So we have our first t-shirt. Who's the lucky one? Okay, we have our first winner of our t-shirt, Benny Ravecho. So we have, let's spin this wheel again for our next winner of t-shirts. Okay, we have another one, winner of t-shirts, Lemuel Joshua. So Lemuel, you win a t-shirt from this Global Summit. So we have another one, our third t-shirt. I hope my name is there. I'm just joking. So we have another one, winner of t-shirt again, Miss Annalyn Subaan. It's our third t-shirt. And to our fourth t-shirt, who's the lucky one? Okay, we have Jeneline Plares for our fourth t-shirt. And for our fifth t-shirt, we have a winner again for our fifth t-shirt, Ruel Demdan. So congratulations. We have another t-shirt, our sixth t-shirt. So Jeneline has special thanks to the t-shirt. So we have our sixth t-shirt goes to Doji Bibar. So our last raffle item for this round, t-shirt also, who's the lucky engineer that who will win our t-shirt. So are you guys excited? So who's the lucky one? So congratulations to our winner of our seventh t-shirt, Rolando Ante. So guys, there you go. So I'll repeat, guys, who won for this round. So for those guys that who were not called for this round, don't lose hope. We have another one later on. So the prizes there, we have cameras, LED temperature sensor, and then we have the 6 or 500 pesos GCash. So don't lose hope, guys. We have another one later on. So for our recap on our winners for this round, we have, as I've said a while ago, we are giving 5 face masks. And from our result on the spinning wheel, our winner of face mask, 1 is Federico Aquino, 2 is Jerome Bugahon, 3 is Ernie Espinosa, 4 is Jason Israel, and lastly, Romeo Justo Jr. So guys, congratulations for winning the face mask. Please take a screenshot of you liking the page of our sponsors and send it to our Facebook page to claim your prize. So And the winner for our laptop bag is Emmanuel Lapus. Our winners for the t-shirts on this round is 1, Benny Revecho. 3 is Lemuel Joshua. 4 is Annalyn Subaan. 5 is Jeneline Plares. 6 is Roel Demdan. And lastly, our winner of the t-shirt, Dodgy the second Bibar. Sorry. Dodgy the second Bibar. So congratulations guys for winning this round. So again, for those who were not called or were not able to win for this round, so guys, don't lose hope. We have another round for later this afternoon. So again, guys, we are having our lunch break. So thank you also from the ISEF North Mindanao. Thank you, ISEF Rizal, for organizing such a valuable event. This summit is a blast of informations from excellent speakers. So guys, for me also, this is a great opportunity to us guys, because these speakers have their experiences on their countries. So they were able to share with us their value-added information that we could use in our designs. Okay, and for that, it's 12:54. So we are going to be back at 1 p.m. But first, we are going to see some sponsors.
Congratulations. And thank you to Engineer Naki for sharing this time. And also, I would like to acknowledge from the group of parents to employee from that agency right now, Sir John Spiritu, and also Sir Luis. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your
我是立凌企业董事长许正忠。首先介绍1980年开始，立凌从 Vidicom Camera 一直做到 CCD Camera， 到目前的 IP Camera。到6年前，立凌才开始进入到 IP 这一个市场。那 IP 的话跟 Analog 的话有很多的这个差异，也有很大的这个门槛在。当然，除了产品的开发以外，立凌最重要的就是品质为优先。所以说，从我们的 R&D 的开发到 QA 的认证，然后到整个生产线的生产产品的管制。因为立凌做的是品牌，所以品牌是代表立凌及产品的一个最重要的一个象征。那我们也有现代化的这个生产线，以及整个所有的生产流程管控，整个 R&D 的 team 我们增加的到目前为止将近50个人以上。
We solely focus on CCTV products. With over 30 years of experience, we even have some staff with over 20 years of manufacturing experience. Leading research and development has been thinking what is next. From the world first on-viv cameras, multi-touch NVRs, 4K cameras, and 120 frames per second cameras. We've been asking ourselves, what is the future? Recently, we have been thinking about vertical markets such as home automation and ANPR for city surveillance and parking solution, and ATM solution for banking industry. From the conception of an idea, we design it, we produce it, we manufacture it.
Since 1980, we have accumulated a tremendous amount of knowledge in developing and manufacturing analog and digital video equipment. We are able to leverage that experience and quickly adapt to changing technology and trends in the market. Yet, we can still respond to specific client needs quickly and cost effectively, delivering high quality products on time and on target. I believe that is what makes Lilin unique.
Over time, we will aim to keep ahead of an ever-changing industry by providing high-quality products with unique features to all of our customers. As for future, we will focus on bringing Internet of Things, peer-to-peer cameras, and cloud computing into traditional CCTV industry.
那至于说立凌的文化方面，那以我的这个经营的理念，那么因为我对待所有的员工就像同仁一样，就像亲兄弟一样。在1980年，我们立凌也只有3个人的开始创立一个小公司，全球将近有400位这个员工及同仁为立凌也为所有的客户在服务。
Why choose Lilin? For quality assurance,
for consistent performance,
for trust and reliability,
for great customer support, for creativity,
for progress,
for excellence.
这个是立凌34年来所走的路。那当然，在这一方面的话，我们要更强调的就是说，在 R&D 的这一方面的开发，注重最新的产品。立凌最主要的就是未来立凌还是要往中高阶以上的产品开发。
Here at Fluke Networks, when we design a tester, we put it through a battery of environmental tests to ensure that that tool is rugged and reliable. Let's start with a tech from Europe who tosses his meter into his bag and then into his truck and drives down a cobblestone street. For this guy, we have the vibration test. Here we vibrate the tool on 3 axes at frequencies from 5 to 500 hertz to simulate a real working environment. What about our tech working in Phoenix, Arizona in the heat of summer? He's riding in his nice, cool truck and then goes outside in the desert heat. For him, we have the temperature simulator where we deliberately put the tool to the test of its thermal limits, from 0 to 45 degrees Celsius. We even check to see what happens when he stores it in his truck at 60 degrees Celsius. That's 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Then there's a tech in Malaysia. We've got him covered as well. 35 degrees Celsius and 90% humidity for 12 straight hours. Then we drop the atmospheric pressure to simulate a tech working in one of the highest cities in the world, La Rinconada, Peru, so we can ensure our meter works at over 5,000 meters, or 16,000 feet. You're probably familiar with the permanent link adapter. This is one tough cable. We built it that way, just to make sure. We twist it one way, we twist it the other, we stretch it and abuse it thousands of times until it breaks, making sure it can stand up to daily use. Because we know all techs are tough on their tools and eventually they're going to drop them, we have the 1 meter drop test. We do this to all 6 sides and visually inspect the unit for damage and functionality after each drop. And if this weren't enough, we drop this meter into the deep freeze for a couple of hours, taking it down to minus 10 degrees Celsius. And then we drop it again. After every test, we run the unit through a battery of functional tests to make sure it still performs. And then we open it up and inspect it for damage. And there you have it. These are a few of the environmental abuses we give to each and every Fluke Networks tool before we put it on the market.
I'm making plans for takeoff before planes even land.
I'm helping make jet fuel from mustard seeds.
I'm making aerosols 99.9% safer for the planet.
I'm working on precision airflow control systems that ensure reliable room pressurization and directional airflow, controlling airborne pathogens and providing better infection control.
I'm helping protect critical infrastructure from cyber attacks.
I'm turning warehouses into symphonies.
I made pilots see mountains through the fog.
Estoy produciendo equipo de protección que mantiene héroes a salvo.
I'm making it possible to breathe on Mars. I'm making brains for ears.
I'm making concert halls perform.
I'm working on flying taxis.
I'm making a digital twin of this analog factory.
Seriously, flying taxis.
At Honeywell.
At Honeywell.
At Honeywell, we make a lot of incredible things.
But mostly,
We make the future.
You can barely see it from the outside, but there's a revolution going on inside the walls and ceilings of modern buildings. Over the next couple of years, we're going to enter a new era. An era in which building systems communicate with each other via Internet protocol, with no human intervention, and we get low voltage power directly from the network switch. It's the era of smart buildings, the Internet of Things, and the increasing adoption of Power over Ethernet. In a smart building, virtually every piece of equipment is connected via the building's cabled network infrastructure using a common language, Ethernet. This same cabling platform not only supports the communication of data, but also the electricity the equipment needs. Today, Power over Ethernet can do nearly everything. Control over security cameras, entry codes, screens, and lifts. All thanks to a network connection that supports Power over Ethernet. In offices, Power over Ethernet-enabled LED lighting in the ceiling incorporates not only motion sensors, but also detectors in the fixture for air quality and temperature. Everything is controlled automatically, connected via the cabled network and powered by the network infrastructure. Thin clients and laptops plug into access points connected to Wi-Fi. Fixed phone lines, they're connected to the network. The LED monitor in the conference room is controlled with an app or control device and communicates with its surroundings. Lights dim, sun blinds extend. Everything has a cabled network connection and works via Power over Ethernet, including wireless access points. An infrastructure built on Power over Ethernet is so much more flexible, and it's so simple. Zone boxes are placed at strategic points within the building, above the ceiling, on the wall, or under the floor. These house connections for all equipment within a range of 13 meters. Network cables run from these zone boxes to a patch panel in one of the nearby equipment rooms, and from there to the main equipment room. This is the heart of the network installation. This is where the data streams come together, and it's from here that all the IP-connected devices are supplied with low-voltage power. It's that simple. We have the technology. The devices exist. Network cables will increase in number. They will largely replace today's traditional and generally inflexible low-voltage and power cables. All building-related equipment will be connected via a standardized network infrastructure. One cabling network means fewer installation and maintenance companies and less configuration. It also means lower maintenance costs and so lower operational costs, the more efficient use of equipment and so a saving on energy costs, and more flexibility to be able to change in line with future needs. The future of construction projects lies in smart buildings and Power over Ethernet. But that future isn't far away. That future is now.
The facilities that we use every day, including stations, office buildings, schools, and houses, are always equipped with devices and equipment for detecting heat or smoke, notifying people of fires, and putting out any fires that are found. As a leading company in disaster prevention systems centered on fire alarm systems, Hotki Corporation provides safety and security in the daily lives of people not only in Japan, but throughout the world. Hotki's business is currently centered on the prevention of fire disasters, while providing comprehensive solutions to realize greater safety and security. Hotki's strength lies in R&D, manufacturing, sales, designing and installing, maintenance, upgrading, consulting, and providing an integrated system. This enables the installation of optimal products and systems at all times in buildings and facilities, and allows the setting up of a reliable system that will function properly in the event of an emergency. Hotki has development centers and plants both domestically and internationally, as well as one of the largest multi-purpose fire test laboratories in the world, located in Miyagi Prefecture. This huge facility is used to carry out demonstration tests on water cannons and other major fire extinguishing experiments. Hotki also provides security systems centered on managing the entering and exiting of people to and from buildings, contributing to the establishment of greater safety and security in society. In addition, we also participated in disaster prevention activities in the Shinagawa area, where our head office is located, implemented a project to restore coastal forests, and provided support to restoration work after the Great East Japan earthquake, engaging actively in initiatives to protect local communities and the world. In 2018, we celebrated our 100th anniversary at Hotki. To evolve from a Japanese manufacturer of disaster prevention goods to a global brand, we have been engaging actively and strategically in our expansion overseas. Hotki first began exporting products overseas as early as 1961. Then, 10 years later, in 1971, the company established a local subsidiary in Los Angeles as the first step toward full-scale globalization. And today, they are being used in London's underground. Famous hotels and sports facilities, museums, castles, and numerous other buildings and facilities in cities throughout the world. Boasting complete reliability, Hochki Corporation will continue expanding the circle of safety to people throughout the world.
In the time of intelligence, time and space don't limit our eyes anymore. Dahua Technology, committed to continuous technology innovations with insight into the value behind data. Never stops its exploration into unknowns. Dahua Technology, taking video as its core business. Deeply integrate with intelligence and sensing technologies to build a complete smart IoT product and solution system based upon artificial intelligence and computing advantages to build a comprehensive and true digital world surrounding data to provide end-edge cloud whole network computing capability and comprehensive safety protection, utilizing cloud and big data platform as the cornerstone of application to realize the business-driven closed-loop value chain. Let intelligence of everything become possible with Dahua Heart of City, leading the intelligent twins evolution and driving the smart city development. Dahua Technology provides continuous protection for social order and emergency response, implements systematic coordination for a smooth traffic and convenient journey, establishes the overall management and operation of industrial parks in order to ensure its safety and efficiency, builds strong support for manufacturing stability and beneficial growth, sees clear business trends in order to tap potential value, enables more families to enjoy smart living. Dahua Technology as a world-leading, video-centric, smart IoT solution and service provider. Adheres to ingenuity in redefining international smart factory. Provides customers around the world with reliable service and quality. Witness the glorious moments together with the world. Dahua Technology, enabling a safer society and smarter living.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? She's to be better, she's to evolve, she's to evolve, she's to be more, she's to be better, she's to evolve, she's to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' mess up your thing, show the whole nobody to know stand strong. One, two, three, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE Advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Isang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, helas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagataktutok sa simoy at sa langit kong pagaw, ay hinatang tula Thank you.
全球将近有400位这个员工及同仁为立凌也为所有的客户在服务。
Why choose Lilin for quality assurance?
For consistent performance.
For trust and reliability.
For great customer support. For creativity.
For progress.
For excellence.
这个是立凌34年来所走的路。那当然，在这一方面的话，我们要就是说，在R&D的这一方面的开发，注重最新的产品。立凌最主要的就是未来立凌还是要往中高阶以上的产品开发。
Here at Fluke Networks, when we design a tester, we put it through a battery of environmental tests to ensure that that tool is rugged and reliable. Let's start with a tech from Europe who tosses his meter into his bag and then into his truck and drives down a cobblestone street. For this guy, we have the vibration test. Here we vibrate the tool on 3 axes at frequencies from 5 to 500 hertz to simulate a real working environment. What about our tech working in Phoenix, Arizona in the heat of summer? He's riding in his
So hello, good afternoon from our side, from the Philippines. Good morning and good evening to every part of the world. So guys, we are back on our first Global Summit for 2021 of the ISAP Results chapter. And for this session, I hope guys you had your great lunch. So for this afternoon, we have so much information for you and so much guest experts that we have in line just for you guys. So for this afternoon, we have our sponsorship talk. In our sponsorship talk, it will be introduced by Dennis. But first, let's have our diamond sponsor for this 2021 global event. So we are playing the video Circuits Incorporated. So their Head Business Development Manager, Maria Teresa Villegas.
product distribution business. We have been in existence for the past 8 years and still counting because of the trust and confidence of our clientele. We have also our functional organization, which includes the upper management of the Atlas Circuits Incorporated, headed by our CEO, which is also a graduate of Mapua Institute of Technology, now known as Mapua University, with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Management and Industrial Engineering, and also obtained his master's degree in management at the Ateneo de Manila University. Our CEO manages of all the company's activities and making sure that all the goals, objectives, and targets are successfully being met. And also, he is concerned for the satisfaction and happiness of all our stakeholders. Under him, we have the admin and finance department, which overviews all the concerns and issues of all its stakeholders, employees, management, and the customers. And under the administration, we have also the logistic departments and operations that manages all the inventory of stocks so that we are making sure that all the products are being delivered on time and on target. Under also our CEO will be the marketing and the sales department. And under the marketing and sales department, we have 3 teams, which will be the electrical, the fire and detection and alarm system, and the mechanical division or team. Under each of these teams, they have their own product managers. And the product managers are all responsible to attain the gross sales set on target. And also, to satisfy and to make it very successful, there is also the sales support team that supports each of these products. And under all the teams also, we have the technical supports. And this is to assure that all design, specification, and data are being met and customized for each of these products to our customers. Our company has just started distributing only for the first time the Himmel product, the low voltage protection product, and eventually acquired some of these complementary products such as the Hochiki, the Vesta, the SyncroFlo, and the Max Electric. The Atlas Circuit is now a partner and authorized distributor of these leading products, such as the Himmel. Himmel is the product of Schneider Electric for their complete line of voltage breakers, magnetic starters, control devices, control signals, terminal block, molded case circuit breakers, air circuit breakers, distribution boxes, miniature circuit breakers, and switch disconnectors, contactors, and manual transfer switch, to name a few. We have also the power busway system by Max Electric for the bus dock system. We have also the Hochiki, which was discussed early this morning. And as you all know, this is the world-class leaders in fire detection and alarm system since 1918, and they're in 100 years in service to the industry. Now, ACI carries all the Hochiki products and each components from non-addressable to the addressable product. We have also one product for the smoke detector, which is the very early smoke detection apparatus by X-rays. We also carry that Vesta. And lastly, we have the new product which is being introduced to the system or to the company, which is the SyncroFlo, These are the pump solution for domestic, fire, HVAC, and industrial pumps. As has been said, all ACI products are complementary to each other. They are complementary. They are all for safety and security, which goes with the theme of the Global Summit right now. We believe in keeping the most valuable asset of our clients safe and secured. And to assure quality of all our products are all internationally accredited, having the ULFM approval and or any other approved equal certification from the country of origin. ACI also obtained the certification from Dun and Bradstreet. Our mission is for us to provide the customer with an alternative solution to quality products and help their business grow by offering a reasonable and competitive pricing. Our vision is to be the most reliable partner in supplying quality and economical products through effective and efficient customer service anytime, anywhere. And our commitment is that we intend to keep a long-term relationship with our customers by giving them quality products, reliable sales executive, and efficient customer support. So in ACI, we believe in forever. So ACI, my forever. And to summarize all our mission, vision, and commitment, we have that core values as affordability. We are giving and offering reasonable and competitive pricing. We have quality of the product, supplying quality and economical products on the vision, and reliability. We give you reliable sales executive and efficient customer support. Of all the ACI products we have distributed, we have our corporate office. By the way, we have our corporate office and warehouse located at number 64 Judge Juan Luna Street, San Francisco del Monte, Quezon City. In the 8 years of existence of ACI, which is the Atlas Circuits Incorporated, we have these project references of all our products supplied and distributed to some of these establishments. For Hochiki, we have products that have been distributed around the Southeast Asian nation, as well as in the Philippines. On the Philippines, we have some of these establishments that we have supplied the fire detection and alarm system, and the brand is Hochiki. That is supplying from all the apparatus and its components, complete set of its apparatus and components. So from the National Capital Region, these are the some of our clients. Down or up north, we have also our clients. Down south, we have also our clients. So from north to south, from the National Capital Region up to each of all this establishment, we have supplied the Hochiki product as well as the Himmel product for their low voltage protection devices. And thirdly, we have this new product which is being introduced in our company, which is the SyncroFlow, the pumping solution. So this is our letter of appointment. So all of the products that we carried we are the sole distributor and authorized distributor of all these products, such as the fire detection, the low voltage electrical equipment, as well as the pumping solution. So water is life, and we give life to water. The history of SPP pumps established in 1875, and our USA operation established in 2004. What we do is we supply engineered pumping solution, design and make centrifugal pumps, and where application, knowledge, service, and expertise add values to this. Our company holds for 130-year heritage, and these are owned by the Kirloskar Brothers Limited, and that holds subsidiary brand of in SyncroFlow Incorporated in USA, specializes in booster sets and FMUL fire sets. Specialized market serves, we have water and wastewater treatment, fire, oil and gas, transformer oil industry, chemicals, mining, power, food and beverage, pharmaceutical, and the rest. So these are our joint ventures and subsidiaries. So we have the SPP, SyncroFlow, Delta, Kirloskar Brothers, Thailand, Kirloskar Brothers, Netherlands, the Kirloskar Brother Ibarra Pumps in India, and the Priber Pumps in South Africa. These are all subsidiaries and under the umbrella of the Kirloskar Brothers. SyncroFlow USA manufacturing facility is located at Norcross, Georgia, having 155,000 square foot of manufacturing office. These are some of the world-class clients. And we have also the vendor approval, a global EPC contractors and consultants. We have also our worldwide projects. Over the recent years, SPP has been involved in various high-profile projects around the world. So this will be the project reference in Thailand, installation in Thailand from the year 2017 to 2018, before the pandemic. We have the project, and we have the capacity and the pump model installed in such of these establishments. We have also the project reference here in the Philippines. We have the Macmay Cebu Trading Corporation project located in Calaca, Batangas. The brand is SPP, our make is USA, and the type is horizontal split case electric fire pump having the capacity of 750 US GPM at 150 PSI and 100 horsepower. And also the accessories in the vertical inline jockey pump. We have also the project at LMM Foods Corporation product located in 34 Samson Road, West Service Road, Sucat, Muntinlupa. Again, the brand is SPP, make is USA, horizontal split case electric fire pump having a capacity of 1,000 US GPM at 86 PSI, 75 horsepower. And also we have the cold storage warehouse project located in Plaridel, Bulacan. Okay, the brand is SPP, make is USA. Again, it's a vertical turbine electric fire pump having a capacity of 1,500 US GPM at 160 PSI, 200 horsepower. These are some of the projects that we have just been supplied and installed at the different location by the said contractor. And we have also the approved fire pumps such as the UL listed. We are UL listed, we are FM approved, and we are also an FPA and LPCB accredited. We have also the performance curve. In SPP, we never cut range of the curve because SyncroFlow believes that good enough is not good enough. Care must be taken to ensure that the full range of the pump performance is being served. So we have our software to compute for the desired and correct data that has been supplied by the designer. And the requirement needed by the end user. These are some of the types of the fire pumps that we have supplied as the ULFM approved. We have the end suction. Okay, we have horizontal split case, so different capacity at the different pressure at the different type of pumps. We have vertical turbine. We have multi-stage pump. And these are the full range of products that we have served or we are offering to our clientele. Our application of the pumps are tank-to-tank system, tank-to-grid system, grid-to-tank system, grid-to-grid system, plant water, seal water, and turf irrigation. We have also pumps for the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning system. It's the HVAC, and this is known as the Spectrum and the Prism type. We have also domestic water for booster. So booster means we are increasing capacity or increasing the pressure of the water from ground up to the high level. We believe that there is no water, there is no business. So these are the some of the types of booster pump that we are supplying and offering to our clients. And we have the vertical turbine booster, the vertical multi-stage water booster. We have the end suction booster pump. We have the condo flow. Usually at the condominiums, we are supplying this type of booster pump. We have also supplying industrial system for cooling water circulation. That's the HVAC, and the heat transfer for power plant, and the general piping. This is also our go-to-market approach to ensure that we are satisfying the requirements supplied to us by our clients and our customers. So from the Atlas Circuit Incorporated management goes directly to the designer and consultants. And also, it cascaded it to the sales and marketing department as well as in the technical support. The sales and marketing can go directly to the channel partners, contractors, resellers, and system integrators down to the end user, or from the sales and marketing and the technical support can go directly to the end user. Why? We try to assure that our commitment on the reliability of our support service will be going down up to the end user and satisfying the needs of our client. We analyze every aspect of the design, so there is no long-term problem that will be encountered. And we try to tailor fit each project for the customer. Okay, so we have to design based on the customer requirements. We offer our products based on our customers' requirement. And from there, we give them the affordable pricing, and we can give them the alternative solution in order for them to grow their business further. And with that, we thank you again for your opportunity, for the opportunity given to our company to present our products, and hope we can get an inquiry from you. And you can reach us to our URL, www.atlascircuits.com, and on our Facebook page, www.facebook.com/atlascircuits, and from our email, inquiry@iloveatlascircuits.com. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity.
So thank you very much, Engineer Jones. So guys, there you go. Engineer Jones' contact details is out there. But do you have a hotline, Engineer Jones?
Yes, we can. You can reach us at 890-8846 or 727-4733. 727-4735 or at 0977-801-1592. Okay, I repeat, we have our hotlines here at 890-8846, 727-4733, 727-4735, or 0977-802-1592. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Joselito, for sharing your knowledge and expertise to us. So we hope we could see you on our next events.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for sponsoring.
Thank you also, sir, for this opportunity. Thank you all.
Okay. We have our next sponsor. Our next sponsor is coming from Dawa Technology. So he will be introduced by our 2021 ISAPRSOL Governor, Engineer Dennis L. Molina. Engineer Dennis. There. No audio. Let me check. All right, guys. There you go.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Sir Jones from Atlas Circuits Incorporated. Maraming salamat po. Our next event sponsor is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Computer Science at Mariano Marcos State University, College of Arts and Sciences. He has several previous work from sales to business development manager. He was connected before at Fastlink Computer Company, MEC Network Corporation, American Technologies Incorporated, Makin International Co., and Amdatex Las Piñas Services Incorporation. Currently, he is a product manager, particularly in Dawa Technology at PhilSource Venture Group Incorporation. Let us all welcome virtually Mr. Stevenson Aulin.
Thank you very much, Engineer Dennis, and thank you very much to the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, most especially to ISEP Rizal chapter for inviting us to this global summit. So let me just share my screen. Can you see my screen now, sir?
Yes, sir. We can see it.
Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon again. My name is Stevenson Moreno Awalen, and I am the product manager of Dawa Technology in PhilSource Ventures Group Incorporated, or PVGI. We are the distributor of Dawa products in the Philippines, and aside from being the distributor, we are also the authorized training partner of Dawa. To give you a brief overview of our company, PVGI is a value-added distribution company that aims to offer quality and competitive products in the Philippine market. We were established in 2017, and our product focus are surveillance system, which consists of IP and analog, UPS and precision cooling, networking solutions such as wired and wireless, unified communication for IP telephony and PA system or public address system, cabling and computer peripherals are also our products. Our mission and vision is to be the most trusted distributor for our business partners by excelling in our business operations and provide responsive fulfillment of the requirements and expectations of our business partners. And our vision is to rank also as one of the leading Philippine distributors by providing a comprehensive range of quality and competitive products. This is our culture. These 7 core values are our company's DNA that governs our organization. first is customer-centric. We strive to meet and exceed our clients' expectations. Second, we embed positive attitude at all times. And third, open-mindedness. We stand responsible. We are curious and approachable, and we look things from different perspectives. And then fourth is accountability. We stand responsible for our actions. And fifth is teamwork. We respect, support, and empower our team members to achieve common goals. Six is passion. We are self-motivated to strive and excel. And then seven, and the last core value is integrity. We are honest and truthful with our business partners. So those are our seven core values that governs our organization. And these are our core brands. As you can see, Dawa Technology is not just focused in a surveillance system. Dawa Technology can also provide large format display and control products, because we also have our control products for large format display, such as LCD and LED video wall, as well as digital signage and interactive screens. We also have our access control system, such as door access control system, or DACS, and parking entrance management solution. Dawa also have its own video conferencing system, as well as networking solution, either wired or wireless networks. And I would like to emphasize our industrial grade PoE switches under this solution for outdoor deployments of CCTV, and also our outdoor wireless bridges to cater hard to reach CCTV deployment or for safe city deployment. PVGI also provides training programs, technical support, and marketing support. For training program, we conduct sales and technical enablement, and exclusive and customized project trainings. Hopefully, we can conduct technical certification soon, as soon as our government reduces health restrictions for face-to-face trainings. For technical support, we have our pre-sales team who are very supportive in project probing, project design, and BOM creation or bill of material creation. Our post-sales team, on the other hand, provides RMA services and offers SLA or service level agreement. For our marketing support, we support our partners in their